Okay, well, it is 8 o'clock, 8:01 actually.
For the moment, or if you're going to use...
I'm going to pull it up.
Pull it up along line. Good. The council should have the two books, and the public has access, and incredibly valuable to this process. So thank you, Jessica, for taking care of this. This is her first full cycle of having this role. However, she has just a few years with us experience. I won't belabor that. So essentially what the council should be very familiar with, and the public that has paid attention the last few years, with the state law changes in property taxes, we found ourselves strategically looking at a cycle of budgets that are good year, bad year rotations. And with that, the council approved the current year's budget a year ago. That was a pretty rough budget, considered the bad year, if you will. Those are even numbered years because this is the fiscal year 26 that we're finishing up. The budget in front of us for today is an odd numbered year, 27, fiscal year 27 that ends next June. And because of that, we have the advantage of what's called revaluation. Property taxes at the assessor's level are all revalued in odd numbered years. And they developed what those values were back on January 1 of 2025. And given all the delays that occur in the Iowa property tax system, an odd numbered valuation date drives the budget that also ends in an odd number. It's the easiest way to remember that. So the 25 values are driving the budget we have in front of us, fiscal year 27 numbers, because now those are all official, with the exception of just a few values that are still being disputed in court systems. So for the most part, we're pretty solid on knowing what those numbers are, and that's what brings us to you today. As far as process goes, I'll let Nick, I'm going to add one more thing to your list, Nick. If you could also find time in possibly even later in the morning, remind us all of the schedule as well. But I also had a request just yesterday to spend a little time with the budget books themselves, because some of you are not as familiar with how these books are arranged, and I thought that might actually be helpful too, to see the different categories in there. But one last thing, and I'll be done, is that, again, the letter summarizes the high points. This is, even though it's the better year of the rotation, it actually still required some cuts, most of which is due to the fact that we needed to utilize about $2.5 million, a little more, for the current year. We had to use fund balance to solve the past cycle. We wanted to eliminate that in this cycle and make sure we truly hit the reset button and said, let's make sure we have a balanced budget for 27 in the good year that we've got, if you want to term it that, and eliminate the need to use any fund balance in this budget, and we've got there. And so in doing that, we had to cut back a little bit, and those items are listed here. There are several positions, about 13 that needed to eliminate. And only 3 of those, it turned out, were actually in being held, if you will, current employees, and we did have just those 3 layoffs in this cycle. So I think that's probably enough at this point. I will jump in throughout the day and let Nick and Jessica have the heavy lift.
Did the 3 switch into a different job, or they're?
Though it ended up being 3 that did not switch, and there is an opportunity for one of the 3 to potentially pick up a job in the next few weeks. Because there are other vacancies in the same area. But unfortunately, 2 of the 3 are going to be really hard. There aren't any vacancies today that directly correlate with a similar job and understand that as a layoff, they have that opportunity. If another vacancy of similar jobs that they're qualified for, they can. So I would anticipate one of the three having that opportunity, but the other two did not. And they're all informed. That has been that part of it has been taken care of as is typical with the budget process. So again, we have category by category throughout the day that we'll go through. This is meant to be informal. This is the first step. This is my recommended budget. It is not unusual to make some tweaks between now and the April approval dates. So, Nick, I'd say take it away and we'll go from there.
Thanks. As Scott alluded to, Honorable Mayor and Council members, Nick Shaw, Finance Director here at the city. What I'm going to cover for you first is kind of talking about the layout of the two different books that we have I have a lapel one. Is it still not working? Trying to make it closer. My ear. Oh, the beard. Probably would work on the beard. So we break it out in two different books. So what we refer to as the operating budget and the capital projects, the capital program. And so what you can actually see here, I have both of them up, but I'm first going to talk about the recommended operating budget. So the way we try and break it out in for the numbers here, we kind of have a table of contents, obviously, but we kind of focus more on by department. And then each of the departments might have multiple types of funds. So as we kind of go through this discussion, we have multiple types of funds that we have. We've got the general fund, which is the primary operating fund for the city. That's our general fund, and that's where you get more of the traditional, city clerk, city manager, community impact relations, police, fire, finance, IT, all of those essential processes or administrative services, as well as like parks and PD and fire as well, goes out of the general fund. Now, there is some activity within each department that might hit other departments. So one that is heavily a different department is actually the Public Works Department. They have our enterprise funds. So those are the ones that are running like a business. So the user fees are put in place to be able to cover those costs to provide that service. So those are our sanitary sewer, our stormwater, our solid waste, our parking funds. And then we also have special revenue. Those are ones that basically have a very specific thing that it can be spent on. And so good examples of that is a special revenue source like road use tax, local option sales tax, CDBG, home. Those are very specific regulated funds that come into the city and have to be spent for specific reasons. So sometimes you'll see, like for the finance department, we kind of oversee what's going on in the local option sales tax, whereas the road use tax is something that's under public works and a little bit under engineering as well. So that's kind of what we try to do, is lay it out by department, because that's more functional in the layout for knowing what kind of things fall through. And so in the front, we kind of have the budget summary where we give you all of the operating expenses by fund type. Yeah, we can. So it shows each revenue type. So this sums up all the different types of funds. So special revenue, general, enterprise, debt service, internal service. We have a reserve general fund. Those are kind of specific, unique items that we don't want to have within the general fund, because we want to be able to carry those balances specifically for a purpose. It's kind of like a hybrid almost of a special revenue and general fund. So, and then kind of our trust and agency type stuff. So the special assessment and the expendable trust items. So then we also go into the general fund specifically and break it out by department. So what we tried to do here with the layout is give you a fiscal year of actuals, and then what was adopted in the current fiscal year we're in, and what were the recommended amendment for 26, and then the recommended 27. So it kind of gives you a look of 1 year of actuals, the two different approaches or time points in time. So the adopted 26 was what was done last year at the beginning of April for approval, and then this is an amendment to kind of to keep it more in line with what actually happened through the timing of events as we go through, as well as, and this will become more apparent when we actually get to the capital improvement program, but also carry forwards of items that didn't get expended in the prior fiscal year and has to get carried over into the current fiscal year. So things that were appropriated in 25 that needed to be spent in 26. And then 27 is our recommended budget for the fiscal year starting in July. So as you kind of go through, we've got a summary of all the different funds or fund types and the different activity that's in there. And I'm going to kind of scroll down to, sorry, Laura, we're going to cover yours because you're the first one in the book. So as you look at, when we actually get to a department, it kind of goes through the activity that the department has. So you have the different specific revenues that they have coming in, and then the expenditures that are associated with that department. You can also see that there's a line that's called subsidy. So what that actually is that's the point at which obviously the revenues don't cover the expenditures in that area. And then that's where, a place where like finance has the overarching revenue coming into the city. So then that creates that funding to be able to cover the subsidies in all the different departments. So property taxes being the biggest one, and some of the transfers in and stuff like that. So then we also break down with the largest expense in the general fund as being personnel services. Then we also break out the FTEs in those areas as well. So you can kind of see as we break out each of, this is broke out by what we refer to as the org. So it's a different tracking mechanism for each department to be able to determine different things that have to be tracked throughout the year and reported on. So this is the administration of the clerk's office. So it kind of gives you just the additional information, kind of breaks it out on the type of revenue that's coming in and the type of expense that's going out as well. So each of these sheets kind of compile in total to kind of show you from those sides what that actually looks like from a department to department. Going into the recommended capital improvement plan or program for 2027, it is a 5-year plan. And so when you look at the 5-year plan, it is the amended 26, the recommended 27, and then the three-year forecast for 28, 29, and 30. So the 26 and 27 are firm on kind of what we have anticipated for expenses. The variable that we have there with 26 is kind of what I alluded to before, is that carryover. Especially when you're talking about construction, the construction season is more calendar basis versus the fiscal year. And so with a June 30 fiscal year end, the 26 has to have that carryover from a prior fiscal year, and then have the expenses for the next construction season. So you'll see kind of almost like a construction and a half, so that just in case the projects do go forward early enough within the construction season, we have the spending authority to be able to do these projects. But what ends up happening is you kind of have that carry forward from the prior year into that next year to have that spending appropriation set up for that next year. So that's kind of why you'll see that drastic difference. And we've got a slide kind of showing that from actuals versus kind of the budgetary plan. We break it up in a couple different categories, bridge. So we've got tax supported and enterprise. So you can kind of see the bridge, fire, library, miscellaneous municipal buildings, and parks and rec and streets are the tax supported. The ones that are specifically enterprise funds are the parking, sanitary sewer, and storm. So you can kind of see that when we actually go to present that, you'll see them broken up in that way. And what we try to do within the capital improvement plan is try to give you a bunch of different reports for this, so you can kind of see it in a bunch of different ways. The projects by department is showing you what the expenses are for those projects entirely, both the expenditures as well as the transfers out. So you might have citywide bridges that has funds in there that might get transferred to, let's say, Walnut Street to cover some of those costs. So that would actually kind of show an expenditure there, even though it's basically just transferring funds from one to another. So we try to give you enough information a couple different ways within the capital improvement plan. And we also go into the revenues, which is very helpful. Let me get down to the revenues. The revenues do show kind of what funds are being used. So you can kind of see the different sources or revenue and how they break out by funding over the full capital improvement plan. But as you go into some of the details, you can actually see what's being funded by that particular what projects is being funded by that funding source. So the ARPA funds that we have, the last piece within this capital improvement plan is actually Hamilton Drain having funding for that capital project. So you can kind of see what projects are being funded by, let's say, some work that we're doing that Des Moines Waterworks funds as well. So we have got that detail within that program, but after all of the nice reports summarizing the same information a couple different ways, they do go into the very specific project sheet. So it kind of gives you the total cost per project, where it falls under the department, the category, useful life, and it kind of gives a description and a justification. It shows you the different types of expenses, whether it's construction and maintenance, or it might be design or planning. But then we also break out those funding sources. So the beginning balance is that carry forward that you can kind of see from project to project how much is actually being carry over for that particular project. So for this one, you can kind of see that there's $2 million of anticipated expense. 1.2 of it is actually a carryover in that scenario. So any questions on the books themselves? Okay, I know they're nice, large books to read, a lot of information. I kind of tend to, has a lot of numbers and a lot of things to get through, but we do have quite a few slides to get through, so I'll make my way over to the other table so we can kind of get through some of this. But like Scott said, this is our recommended budget, and we've got several different topics that we're going to go through today. So
as Nick is doing that, I'll make you aware of the extra handout that you have. Comms has done a great job of simplifying some of this information that we're going to hear about today in a little more illustrative formats. And I don't want to bury the headline later in the day. I failed to mention that with this budget, as you're aware, but the public needs to be aware, there is not a proposed change to the total tax rate for 27. I want to make sure that everyone understands that we were able to make the cuts we needed to make to fit within the same tax rate for 27 that we've had for several years now. Back to Nick.
And just a question, Nick, So our comments or questions from the books, is there a due date when you need to see those?
I think it depends on if you're referring to more of the questions on numbers or like edits for kind of a final document. So I would say that there's less of a deadline for the, the grammar related edits. That one's a little bit less. That can be after the budget approval. But anything that relates to the numbers or any of the specific questions on what's actually within the budget, that would be something that we would want to address throughout the course of the budget process. So I'll kind of go into the schedule because I think it makes sense right now with that question. So what we have for council action that we have to do with the budget is on February 23rd, you guys will have a set public hearing for property tax levy. So what that does is it is a setting the, we'll say, ceiling of what we're asking for property taxes. And so that's one where we have to have a special hearing for just that. There's no action that needs to take place, but it is one where we'll have a public hearing. It has to be at a meeting completely by itself. And so what you'll have on February 23rd is actually an approval of set hearing for March 23rd. What that does is it allows us to get that information to Polk County by March 3rd. And that goes on to their transparency report that goes out to all property owners. So that's due to them before March 3rd or March 5th, sorry. And then you can have the hearing anytime after March 20th. So our hearing is going to be in the morning of March 23rd, similar to what we've done in the past couple years. So in the morning, we'll have that hearing so that we can have it separate from a specific council meeting, and it will be on its own item that morning. And so what that is actually doing is setting that ceiling for how much can be requested or levied within the property taxes. So that's kind of the first hurdle. Now, if throughout the budget process it is determined to decrease that, that can happen after that point. You're just creating that ceiling. Later that day on March 23rd, you'll be setting the hearing for the actual budget. So March 23rd at our 5 o'clock time frame, the regular meeting, we will be doing a set hearing for budget items. So that is going to be set for April 7th. And so what you do from that set hearing is actually show the revenues and expenses of the different funds, and you have to stay within those functional areas, so you can't go above those expenses. You're creating basically another ceiling, not just for the revenue, you're actually creating a ceiling for the expenditures on those state forms. So from there, that's what creates that. So there is possibilities to make changes all the way through that, but what finance does is as you guys work with city manager and through this process, that allows us to make alterations. So as we put together the book and produce that, there's things that we find out don't quite match, because as you put the information into the state form, you might find out that maybe a transfers in don't match transfers out. So when that happens, then we'll have different changes functionally that we have to do. And so we will be doing that, and we summarize those changes, and you have that as a kind of an amendment addendum to the blue letter that kind of tells you all the different things that changed from the book that got produced to the budget that's actually in front of you for approval on April 6th. So throughout that time frame, I think you would work with Scott to make sure all those questions are being addressed. The sooner the better is what I'm going to say. Is the more we can get that in there.
Mid-March,
So, yeah.
we absolutely have to have any changes, and then the edits, especially the grammatical stuff, can go all the way through to the 1st of April.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Even a week after is fine, because we will print the final budget books
With approval.
after approval at that point.
So mid-March, if we had a particular question on the CIP, like, and on occasion we've juggled things the year that it was because of some other priority, but
Capital projects are a little bit easier in that regard because what we're actually doing with the state approval is only related to fiscal year 26 and 27. So if things are moving around, especially in the 28, 29, and 30, that's really just the capital improvement plan that's being altered. Yep.
As long as it's within the dollars we
Yes.
have, we have the flexibility.
And doesn't affect, like, let's say if you're moving around different years, it might affect, like if it's a tax supported project, we might have to look at our modeling for the debt service. So like, let's say there's something that's in fiscal year 28 and you want to move it to 27. Well, that would affect 27, would be hard to do. But if you went from like 29 to 28, that would be one where we would have to look at what that actually does for needing funding to be able to pay off that debt.
So, Nick, real quick, and I know that we kind of glossed over this, but I think there's some really good, important information that people at home aren't able to see. As I said to Scott, I mean, I'm shocked that a ladder truck is almost doubled in price from 2018. That's 62% of our budget is public safety. And to show these increases, I think it's important that everyone sees that at home, that the challenges that we really are going to be facing, because those costs don't go away for us. I mean, those are essential costs that we are going to have to fund. And that means if things like that are going to double, either revenue has to increase significantly or things will have to be cut. And that's
shorter ladders.
Yeah, that's a challenge. I just think it's important right there on the right side where you've listed that out, just to kind of gloss over it. That's a really important sheet that you've got there that is going to depend. I mean, we have to prioritize, and there's a good upfront cost right there of what we're going to have to, what our challenges are going to be going forward, because I don't think those costs are coming down, are they?
No, in that particular instance for the public and the council, the market and private providers of services to government, in this case ladder trucks that actually build them, has shrunk significantly. There are, as my understanding, there's really only 2 companies out there that do that amount of work in that area. So,
wow.
Yeah, but it's not alone, right? There are a lot of businesses that are frankly doing less and less business with local governments. And because of that, the prices have gone up. So again, shout out to comms for putting this together along with finance.
Yeah, really good information in there and easy to understand. I think that if not, that should be on our website if it's not already.
Yep, it will be.
It will be. It was one that we
Just
just
got
produced yesterday, I think.
Okay. Well, they did a good job. Really good
Yeah,
job.
comms did an amazing
And now it's on the
job.
record with today's
Yes.
meeting as well. So thank you.
You bet.
Speaking of prioritization, so one of the things that happens here, and we're getting a presentation of essentially the end outcome of the manager's prioritization. And in the time I've been doing this, one of the things that I struggle with, and that I would certainly like to see and figure out how we as council get, I know there's a whole process where departments submit projects and other priorities to the manager, but I don't recall ever seeing that as a council member. And when we are making prioritization, like that's understanding what the requests are and what the range of options are would be helpful in being able to say, hey, we agree with the manager's recommendation. We'd make the same prioritization decisions, or to, when we were trying to make difficult decisions, have a little more information about what is out, what we could potentially be doing. So I'd like to figure out a way to be able to see some of what the departments submit to the city managers as part of this budget process. And I know a lot of work goes into that, but I feel like those documents are there somewhere and should be able to be shared with council for review.
Yeah, so the best way to handle this, Council, I totally appreciate that, and that is not the first time that comment's brought up, right? And so that is why we added process this year. All the departments that face outward and provide services to our community directly came to the council and presented their departmental services, you may recall, over the last 6 months. And I appreciate that you brought that up, because I want to reference that to the public as well, because those were recorded. Those are one of the very first things I talk about, and I know the departments talk about with new council members as they come on, is a great starting point to understand what is it from a service level that each of our departments are doing for our residents. So that, I would consider that the base information, right, of what is it that our departments are doing, providing services. And then it becomes a question of, getting down into the nitty gritty. And I would tell you that the important aspect there for council is to make sure that you are building relationships with the department directors directly. I think you all know that my form of leadership is to make sure that those relationships are strong directly from elected official to the department directors, because they are the subject matter experts in their areas. I'm not going to be able to answer all your questions in regard to those departments. So that's pretty critical, because they will always be the best communicator of whether or not their priorities are being resourced, because that's what today's conversation is really about. Are we providing, we as in those up here, providing enough resources for our department directors to provide the services that they want to? And so that's always going to be your best opportunity. In all frankness, I'm not going to be able to call up the council members every time there's an idea that's brought forward, right? That would be having all of you spend 70 hours a week in our office talking about potential changes. So if there is a concern about a service level with a department, they are very welcome to speak about those with you. I encourage them to let you guys know when something's not being taken care of.
Just to follow up on that, I think is certainly fair, and I think there has to be some management of the information that we take in to make the system functional. However, I think to Councilmember Mandelbaum's point, what we're going to be talking about for the next several years is our cuts to services and cuts to construction, and the public's going to get used to that conversation, maybe even too used to that conversation. What we're not able to talk about are the areas where we cannot grow, the areas where our subject matter experts that are running these departments are saying these are things that we could be doing. This is what it would take to do this. And so I think we would be better advocates in our community if we could talk not just about what's being lost, but also what we cannot move or advance or do differently. I think that, and I'm fine. I think I've observed my council colleagues the last month and a half in doing this job, very fine having those conversations with individual department directors. However, I think just as you're aggregating information to bring to us so that we have, kind of unified pieces of information that we can all work from that are the same information, it might be wise to work into something. Hey, here are what the requests were. Here are the top line requests. Here are 3 or 4 things that each department were seeking. Because, just looking at when Nick was up here, just showing the budget books, just in general fund dollars, the police and fire increased by about $5.5 million. Every other part of the general fund expenditures is reduced. I would like to be able to put more context behind what could have been done as I'm considering all of these things, if I understood what those other departments were asking for.
So we can, we can incorporate aspects of that within the budget, the very next budget cycle that talks through the cuts that are going to be necessary. So yeah, the intent, and we have some time set aside later today yet to talk about what the future looks like and how the process will need to change based on the magnitude of the cuts we're going to need to make in moving forward. But that's not necessary, although we can add additional conversations and meetings if there's a particular aspect to it you want to get it squeezed in for 27. But the numbers aren't forcing that issue at this moment. I would appeal to you that the best conversation about what we're not able to do and wish we could should be taken in context with what we can afford and holistically, what is it going to cost to even maintain what we're doing today and have done for years? That's going to be, I'm kind of stealing my own thunder from later today, how we're going to lay it out very differently moving forward to make sure all of council and the public understand what our gaps look like financially, and then work our service levels into that amount. And that will have, and we've already put this in the process, allow for the opportunity for requests to add. We understand changing community, changing needs of our residents does not mean everything has to be cut. And in fact, priorities develop over time that require adds at the same time we're cutting, right? It's just at the end of the day, we need to make sure they're balanced. And so, again, we've already laid out what that process is going to be, and I'm going to spend some time on that later this afternoon. But I don't want to confuse the public too much, right? The 27 budget we have in front of us is balanced, and it is very much a status quo. I have no problems with comments coming up that we're still missing the opportunity to do something new. That's fair. But we will have a very much different 28 cycle that we'll jump into after this. That's fair.
Scott, what I'm hearing is the departmental reviews that we had in our workshops, while we're not changing or modifying too much on the expenditure side, those meetings are going to become more important as time goes by, not just a pat on the back or tell us what you're doing, but what are the options, to Council Member Mandelbaum's point. I did not view those conversations as being an opportunity to hear what are they thinking about for future years as to how to keep the expenses down and what the options are.
And that is the intent to add that.
And just to be clear, so you're giving us, it would not be out of line for me to go and sit down with the department director and ask, what do you submit to the city manager's office? What are the things that you were hoping to do? How did you prioritize these internally? Those are all appropriate conversations.
Well, let's, Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, we maybe need to have a separate conversation.
Why don't we have a separate conversation on this? Because it's very, okay, you go talk to somebody, you go talk to somebody, I go talk to somebody, you go, and we're all going at different times and we all have a priority. And then this is his recommendation. So you might say, well, I heard from this person that they want this. And it could get very confusing.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying you can't ask, but I'm just saying I think we have to understand what our role is too, as to how we assimilate the information. We had the meetings and they can get more defined by the department heads, but you can't have 7 people all, we've got to figure out how to get it together. And that's the budget recommendation. And this is our opportunity to say, we heard this, we want to change this. This is our opportunity to do that. And we can do it along too when we were having our other meetings. I think you have to be somewhat careful.
Right.
What granular,
I can clarify if I could, just real quick. It's absolutely okay to ask department directors, where do you see your service level needing to grow? Okay, how would you envision your service levels needing to grow? What are you hearing from the public? Okay, when the request gets to what discussions are you having with the manager and what documents, those all then become public documents if it gets shared with council.
Aren't
And
they
I
public
don't want-
documents anyway? I mean, they're
Not if they're
publicly
working,
created.
not if they're draft working documents and of that sort. So there are opportunities. Yes.
I guess the piece that I'm trying to get to is I don't always understand the range of options that are presented to the manager, because my understanding from talking with departments is that they submit budget requests to the city manager's office, and we don't know exactly what they've submitted or requested. We know what comes out, and there are decisions layered under that, right? They're necessarily items that were prioritized in making this recommendation. And what I want to be able to, the layer I want to be able to peel back is to understand what the decision points were that went into the budget, because those would be the natural places for, I might raise something completely different, but the most natural place to play around would be, okay, the manager made a decision between A and B. Do I agree with that A and B?
Yep, so
Rather than
that will not occur.
introducing
not
item
occur.
C into this.
That is the level you've crossed over, and you're acting as a city manager at that point. So the role of council, that is too far. That is too deep.
Well, I think that goes back to, so every department head, I would say, would give whatever they could, because I don't know of anybody that says, I want to get a cut. So then it becomes, are we micromanaging down to the level of what their wants are versus, and again, it's 7 people doing. I think when we have the department managing, when they come and give their presentation, we can have more thorough discussion, to I think what Councilman Simon said, when they're coming to present. Options are, I mean, that's where we could have 7 different opinions on which the options are. So if we're going to go for every department on every option that's been brought forward, I think it'd get pretty complicated. I'll open it up, but
And am I not correct? You've met with every department manager. There's been compromise made. They know exactly what the recommended budget is. They've said, okay, this is what it is. We're okay with all this. I mean, and I'm sure that there were some discussions where somebody said, hey, this is really, really important to the department. We need it. And I'm sure there's been some compromise there. But at the end of the day, every department head has looked at this and has said, this is okay.
Well, and I think the status quo service level that we're going to provide on this budget and no tax increase, I can see where, okay, this budget, but now the next budget where we're going to have to sit down, as Councilman Simonson said, those are the important conversations that publicly we're going to have together as a council and together with the departments and with our constituents. What is going to be their priority? What do they want to see from our city? Because it's not going to be status quo what we're doing this year. If things continue like they are at the State House, and they're not doing us any favors by their property tax reform, as we all know, what it's going to do is it's going to kill our service level. And that's a reality that we're all going to have to face. But we're going to face that together with the department heads. This budget is the same. And that will start confusing people. We start dragging things out and, okay, what are we going to do? Cut this or that? I mean, I like that this budget's that way, but going forward, I agree that we will be part of those conversations.
But I think the conversation you're bringing up is not just about this year, next year, whatever. You want to be involved. You want every idea, everything brought forward to the council or to you or to, is that what you're asking? I'm just wanting to make sure that on the financials. So if Park and Rec, they want all the different options So you want to know all those options and then which the manager peeled back and didn't recommend?
I want to understand what the trade-offs are better. Even in a status quo budget, there are trade-offs that are made to get to that point. And I know there are those types of conversations. I can suggest trade-offs. I mean, I suggest that we all suggest our own things that we want to see funded, but we have incomplete information. And oftentimes when we raise ideas, we're told we can't do that. With a better understanding of the trade-offs and the thought that goes into the actual recommendation, we can do a better job on the accountability. We can do a better job on making our recommendations in ways that are maybe apt to be able to work, but we need to understand that.
We will have a separate conversation on this, I think, because that gets into another realm. And we as a council have to come in agreement to what is the information we need and what is the level. And that will be a council decision, not one or two of us, but a full council.
And just real quick to try and work us towards a positive place before we move on, that can come through the city manager's office. The city manager can say, listen, here are things that we wanted to do, but we were not able to do. In terms of because what I want to respect is there's an appropriate level of governance, and I have reservations with the manager's guidance of saying, listen, you can have any conversation you want to have with any department director, because that can lead to what you're saying, Mayor. I think to get at what Councilmember Mandelbaum is saying, and that I agree with, is let's as part of this process be like, okay, here are good ideas that were brought forward from departments that we're not able to fund, so that we have a better understanding, not just of what is or is not in here relative to prior years and relative to what is reflected in prior budget books, but also what could have been in there, so that we can better. I think that just makes us better advocates. Honestly, I don't think it takes us to the level that we're not supposed to be.
Well, I think that's why we needed a conversation as the council as to what the level, because your level might be different than your level. And so we need to get to an understanding of what expectations are and what level we need to be at to make decisions for it. So we can have that in a future discussion.
Well, I think it's difficult for staff. I mean, me doing this for 12 years, if I go, I'm going to be lobbying for things in Ward 4 to staff. And I'm going to push them to do the things that I want for the people that I represent. Councilman Mandelbaum's going to do the same. Councilman Barron's going to do the same. We're going to advocate. That's our job for Ward 4 residents. So when I go sit down with, whether it be engineering, I want this road completed, I want this done, those are, what did we trade off,
There's a lot of competing forces with lack of.
It's difficult with my priorities for me is going to be different than yours, because I'm the advocate for Ward 4. So if I go sit down with a department head, that's what I'm going to try to do is get money funneled to Ward 4.
Even though it might be more needed in Ward 3.
Exactly. So that typically, when we've been allowed to go scatter and start messing with department heads and get them moving on different things without the entire council knowing, we have ran into problems doing that over the years. I've watched that. And so I think that
You can make the request.
yeah, sure.
That's not the problem. It's then letting the rest of the council know, is what I'm hearing, that those requests are out there. So we can add process to that.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's not just one person asking or whatever, then it needs to be shared.
Yeah.
So, and we can have more conversation as to what depth and how we want to structure going forward.
Our first topic is stormwater enterprise. As I go through this, feel free to ask questions. Like I said before, we have got different types of funds. So stormwater utility is actually one of our enterprise funds. As you look at this, this is kind of the breakout of what the stormwater does, maintaining almost 600 miles of storm sewer. They also manage the street cleaning and also levy mowing and inspections. We also have 35 pump stations as well. So when you look at that, they do a wide variety of things within the stormwater utility. To kind of put it in perspective, the street cleaning, that's 2/3 the circumference of the earth. So I mean, from that perspective, they actually do a lot of street cleaning across the city. As we look at the stormwater overview, the rates are based off of the ERU, or equivalent residential unit. And so it's based off of the impervious areas of a property. So roof, patio, driveway is the determining factor of what that rate is going to be based off of. So the one ERU is a little bit over 2,300 square feet. So from that perspective, depending on the size of the house or size of the business, that is where that rate is applied to, is what equivalent ERU do you have. Compliance with federal, state law regulations on flood prevention is also within this. So one thing that we'll get into when we're looking at our capital program is a large investment that we're seeing in the flood prevention piece with our levees across with the rivers we have. So flood management and water quality improvements, planning and design of the construction projects that I kind of alluded to, as well as a lot of public education. So when we look at the stormwater utility personnel, this is one where our sewers department is actually a allocation between sanitary sewer and stormwater utility. The combined personnel is 121.8, and so this is the portion that is charged to the stormwater utility, broken out in those different areas. And again, it's a full-time equivalent. There isn't fractional people. So. When looking at the operating revenue from services, you can kind of see here with stormwater, we have been doing a lot of work within the operating of the stormwater, focusing on a lot of work that kind of has had the rate increase on this for additional work that they're doing with like the separation projects that made additional stormwater linear feet that we've had within the system. And so you kind of see that upward trend. Also, there is some unique revenues in there from like interest revenue. So some of the interest that we've received in the past is based off the cash pooled funds, as you guys see on a quarterly basis. The treasurer's report kind of showing our investments on our pooled and non-pooled funds. So what we do in the amended and recommended is we actually look at where we see interest rates going and the fact that we've been kind of spending down the cash that we have, and being able to kind of not depend on like an interest rate if there's a big fluctuation on interest rates going up or down. Down, if it goes down, then we don't want to rely on the interest income. So you can kind of see why it kind of goes down. There's some other, land sales and different things like that kind of, you don't necessarily plan for those for the actual operations of the revenue. When we look at the recommended budget for 27, it's kind of broken out into 4 specific areas. You've got cash for stormwater capital projects, so that's the amount of cash that they're actually putting towards projects that we'll kind of get into in more in-depth on what projects we're seeing. There's the debt payments, so we have revenue debt that is paid for solely by the stormwater utility rates. And so that equates to about 26% of principal interest that we pay. Then there's the operating piece of stormwater, and then the pilot ROI. So pilot is a payment in lieu of tax or return on investment type stuff. So from that is the assets that enterprise pays basically an equivalent tax for the police and fire services, being able to respond to those areas if they need if there's issues there. So it's kind of that, plus the return on investment is a discussion of the initial investment that those enterprise funds had that was a part of the general fund, because as the city grows, they actually break out of it being in the general fund and off on its enterprise. So originally they started off that way, and so it's kind of a fee for the different work that we do in the general fund that supports that enterprise fund.
Wait, so let me make sure I understand this, because so we are paying a pilot out of that fund.
Correct.
So part of when the stormwater fees on your utility bill, a portion of that then is going towards police and fire to cover police and fire expense so that we keep those facilities safe. So it is coming out of that.
Yes. It's as if it was running as a business. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And then part of that is the use of the right of way.
Yep.
So our utilities are using part of the right of way as well.
Yep.
So
that's the basis kind of on the ROI piece, because technically they're from the original right of way that was purchased usually through general obligation bonds, when we actually would purchase and put in streets and add the utilities. Traditionally, that has been something that was funded through tax supported, and so this ROI is kind of that recognition of that.
Got it. But we don't, for example, on the right of way, like we don't collect any right of way payments from,
state law
Mediacom
doesn't allow it.
right. But we're covering the costs, and then we're eating the costs for those private sector, the MetroNet, the Google Fiber, which by the way, there's been significant disruption and even just managing that from an engineering perspective to make sure that the right of way is restored to the condition it was in previously. We're having to spend a significant amount just to respond there.
So we also wanted to kind of show you some historical on the expenditure side. So as you can kind of see, the operations is the dark blue at the bottom. That's kind of been a gradual increase. You can kind of see the variation. The biggest variation you can see there is actually the green, which is the transfer to CIP or that cash for stormwater projects. Now that could be specific stormwater projects or a project like a streets project that's being funded partially by stormwater utility as well. So it kind of is both. That's why we kind of summarize it in that way. We also kind of break out some of the other specifics here of equipment purchases or other charges. So, but when you look at the operations budget, so that percentage that we originally showed of that breakout of operations being 35%, if you look at breaking that out, what does that entail? So you kind of see the largest percentage there is personnel services. So that's the salary and benefits. Some of you've got equipment purchases broken out there, workers' comp, other charges, indirect cost allocation, and contractual services is the other big one that we have there. Commodities is just the use of supplies. So that's kind of the breakout of what it costs to operate the stormwater utility. Kind of going into some of the stormwater CIP projects, so shifting from operations to specifically the capital program. You can kind of see some of the citywide project, utility projects are kind of minor projects that are all across the city. Then you've got the citywide master plan projects. So this is one where we went through the task of going through the study. It took multiple years to go through that, and it gave kind of a template of how to score projects and determine the priority. And so we already have some of those lined up and planned, and we'll kind of get that further. And some of the other projects that we have in there, like Hamilton Drain, Closest Creek, flood mitigation, Jackson Basin, Crawford Creek, all of those are specific projects that have been broken out, and we've been working on those as well. So this kind of gives you an idea of where some of that work is being done across the city. But
Almost completed on the On the northwest side of town there with the, go back one more.
Closest street.
Close, yeah, Hamilton and closest. Are we close?
Yes.
Hamilton's
Both
closed.
of those projects are almost complete. We're in the closeout phase for those right now. I think construction is complete on both of those.
Okay.
But there's
That's,
more to do on Closest Street, is there not?
There are future phases on Closest Street which are not currently in the capital, 5-year capital program. Those are being evaluated as we work through the rest of the stormwater master plan programs, and those will be programmed in down the road.
okay. Thank you.
As long as we're talking about stormwater projects, is there a target date to get the George Flag Parkway floodgate done? Is there just, Steve might know. Yeah.
Sorry, Council, Honorable Mayor. Yes, the George Flag levee closure has had an extension on it. I believe it's going to be completed by May. It was supposed to be done by the end of last year. They ran into some unforeseen conditions underground, so they couldn't do the cutoff walls the way they needed to, so they had to come in and do it a little different way, so it's extended the remainder of that project. So that will be done here in the next couple of months.
Early or late May? Just some timing with some concerts and such.
Let's say late.
I'm probably going to say late May if you're going to ask me that, so yeah.
Now let's see. Who are you now?
Sorry, I'm Patrick Bean,
Oh, and
previously Public Works
congratulations.
WRA Director today.
Congratulations.
Congratulate, yes.
Thank you.
Is this your first day on the job?
Number one.
It is.
Welcome to the new role.
It's still helping us until.
Yeah.
I don't know if everybody picked up, Patrick was named as our WRA. He will be running that division. So congratulations.
Looking at the capital program, all the different funding sources for this stormwater improvement specific, you can kind of see, like I said, the only ARPA funds specific into the project is in here, as well as you can kind of see the future dollars that we have coming in is primarily from the stormwater utility itself, as well as what's called the sales tax increment fund. And so those are state funds that we were granted, I want to say a while ago. So it's 13. So, and it comes, it'll be coming for a long period of time. It actually is going into the flood mitigation program to kind of do work within the levee and any of the flood mitigation projects that we had applied for from the state. So as we look at the stormwater projects specifically by year, you can kind of see a lot of the ones that we're working on today are those specific creeks that we're trying to wrap up within this current fiscal year that we have. Going forward, the way that it's going to work is the citywide stormwater master plan program has that process that as projects are starting to come to fruition in that, we'll actually break those out as specific projects. So I've got the next slide here that kind of talks about what, I guess in a couple of slides, I have what breaks out the citywide stormwater master plan program that we see as the first, I want to say 4 projects in the priority list is coming. So within the next CIP, you'll actually see some of those projects broke out as their own projects. As we move forward, those will kind of come out. And then the flood mitigation improvements is primarily the levee work that will go into.
Before we go off that slide, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. Sure. So what you're saying is essentially, when we see in that 2027, that citywide stormwater master plan, that's 15.5 million. In the future CIP, as we finish out Closest Creek, Crawford, those will come off, and there'll be another 4 projects that then are listed out separately that 15 million is covering.
Yeah.
That's the way to understand that.
We kind of wanted to have a kind of a distinction point of being able to say the citywide study that we did for that master plan, and then the programs, we kind of wanted to wrap up that old way of doing it versus the citywide program master plan approach, where we kind of wanted to say the additional things that we need to work through on like Locust Creek or different things like that is going to be scored through that master plan program on what areas and what projects need to be worked on. And so then it'll be broken out. So we kind of wanted to kind of wrap up that process, and then we'll break out for the next year.
Right. And this is an example of like one of the areas where when I ask for more detail, that's part of what I'm trying to understand is like in a 15 million
Yep,
like
and
this.
I've got it in 2 slides.
Yeah,
Yep.
but I'm just trying to point out, like, when I ask about more detail, trying to understand where it makes sense and, you know, what are the list of projects, because then there's a separate prioritization within that, because there are, I mean, Patrick can tell us better, but we could probably be doing stormwater improvement projects for the next 2 decades and not run out of things to do that we've identified today.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
we can send the date that we had this conversation if you want to flip forward.
Yep.
Might as well.
I'll go up to the
We're all
slide
familiar
that
with the
actually
levy,
has
but
it.
the next one. This is that breakout.
Yep.
And this was discussed previously. There were not decisions made aside from that. These were very public conversations about those priorities. And we will have to bring this forward again for adjustments with the 28 cycle.
Yep. And the master plan itself kind of set the approach to calculate the priorities. So that's kind of how that ended up going with this. Now the numbers, when we decided to put the funds into the different approaches, kind of differ from where we actually think the expenses are. So that's kind of where we think the expenses are going to be, but we wanted to make sure the funds were there if we need to kind of pull stuff up or make amendments to make those changes. But this is the breakout of the Stormwater Master Plan update. If we go back to this, the flood mitigation one on the levee work, the alterations of A, which is that kind of A, B, and C, those are all completed. The part of the Y there, you can kind of see. D and E are currently under study and design. And then H and G are later phases, except for part of G is being worked on, or part of G is being worked on with the Southeast Connector project as well. So that one kind of came up in the schedule with the work that we're doing there. And as we look at a summary of those, of the requirements for flood protection and watershed, our significant drivers on the system rates, Stormwater Master Plan has been completed, the priority projects and proactive inspections have been started. So this is one where we are proposing a 6% rate increase for the ERU. What you can see there is the current rate that we have is 19.29 for one ERU, and then the per month. Yep. And then this would show a 6% increase. This is to allow us to be able to meet a couple of different measures. So with the stormwater having revenue debt, there's coverage ratios that we want to make sure that we maintain. So we're working through that modeling, making sure that we maintain a coverage ratio to be able to keep our rating for our bonding, as well as the amount of cash that we have on hand on a ratio basis, as well as being able to invest the cash for the stormwater projects as well. So this is kind of the driving factor, not just the operations, but a lot of the other pieces of that being able to do those projects.
So Nick, what happens if we said we wanted, you know, this is where we could prioritize, this is where we could as a council say, maybe we only want 3%, maybe we only want 2%, maybe next year we don't want any increase. What does that do for the stormwater master plan? What is that, for the future of projects?
So if we were to not go for the proposed rate that we have here, we would have to reevaluate how much we're funding for those master plan projects, because we wouldn't necessarily have enough cash on hand to be able to do that work. And two, we have covenants within our revenue bond that we have to maintain, or we've agreed to maintain certain coverage ratios with that debt that we issued.
Okay.
So we could get forced to have to do that to maintain those rates, but we want to make sure that we stay above those before it gets into a place where we would have to get them pushed.
But those are the pressure points that the 7 of us get to decide is right there.
Correct, and there's not, yeah. So we've already talked about how we could also break this out moving forward differently for 28 and moving forward into 2 pieces. What is necessary for a rate increase for operations, because you have mowing and maintenance and the pump stations that need a fair amount of maintenance as well. And then separate how much of the increase that's necessary for improvements in the plan. And you'll have more flexibility as a council to say, maybe less or more on that regard, but we'll have less flexibility obviously on the first piece, which is what does it take just to maintain the same assets.
Okay, that's what I would like to see on this before, I'll be honest, I hate the nickel and dimes that we do on all of our bills, the 6% here, the 5% here, the franchise fee, that we're taxing the most vulnerable folks in our community, that so I mean it would be good to see operation wise. I would like to know that, even for this current one, even for FY27 and FY28, operation wise, and then what capital improvements aren't going to be done if we didn't do that 6%. I mean, I think that's something that we need to know before that is something that we have to get into the weeds about.
But I think it's really the priority on, when you look at what Closest Creek and some of those things, those were helping our residents be safe in their homes, right?
Yep.
So we need to make sure balance what we're doing to make sure we're doing the work that we provide for our community.
Right.
In a safe manner, so they aren't flooded, they're having the proper systems that make it work for them too, because the end result can be devastating.
We'll add talking points.
Yeah.
Well, and from a resilience perspective, one of the things, I mean, a chunk of us were here June 30th, 2018, and that I mean, when you talk about most vulnerable, we had residents who lost everything, and
Including their life.
including their life, but
We did.
But yeah, but when we talk about that, and we know from a climate change perspective that severe weather like that is going to be more frequent, the investment from a stormwater perspective is a pretty important investment so that we don't lose property, that we protect property in some of the most vulnerable areas of the city.
And so any other questions on stormwater topic? Okay. To power through, I'm going to skip the break and let Jessica kind of talk through the sanitary sewer piece.
Good morning, council. Is my mic on?
So,
Morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessica Butler, Research and Budget Officer. I'm going to be presenting the sanitary sewer enterprise. You'll see a lot of similar terms that Nick just discussed in the stormwater, so I won't touch on those in the interest of time this morning, but sanitary sewer is a high-level overview. It was established to provide funding for the operation and maintenance of the sanitary sewer of roughly 1,017 miles, which is, fun fact number 2 of the day, nearly the distance from Des Moines to Mexico. It also provides for the planning and design for capital construction projects. Like Nick mentioned, there's also compliance with federal and state laws and regulations for sanitary sewer. and we provide wastewater treatment services through contributions to the Wastewater Reclamation Authority. The primary operations within the sanitary sewer are the long-term control plan, or the WRA projects, connection fee program, sewer lining program, and the citywide sewer program. The allocation of full-time staff to the sanitary sewer division of Public Works is 53.2, with the remaining of the 116, I believe it was, on the stormwater side. In addition to that, staff WRA also has budgeted for 115 full-time positions. "98 to 99% of the budgeted revenue on the sanitary sewer are from customer monthly use fees. Those fees are dependent solely on usage. The average billable gallons from fiscal year 2001 through fiscal year 2021 through 2025 was 5.2 million gallons. Looking at the total recommended budget for the entire enterprise fund, you'll see the substantial portion, just over half, are payments to WRA for the operations and debt payments on the infrastructure through the WRA. Operating represents 22%, pilot and ROI 11%, and you also see 10% cash to sanitary capital projects and debt payments at 5%. Historical look at the expenses of the sanitary sewer fund. You'll see in early years there were early redemptions of debt. That's why the piece in the yellow is a little bit higher in FY22. And also, as we go through the presentation in a few more slides, you'll see, we're finishing up a lot of separation projects, so we have higher levels of cash to the sanitary capital projects in FY21, and it starts ticking down as we go, up through current year. In 27, we will start ticking back up with the goal to reach $8 million of cash to the sanitary capital projects. We hope to meet that goal in 2030. If we look at just the operations piece from 2 slides ago, which represented 22% of the entire budget, this would be just the piece on the city side, so not including WRA. Personnel services, as expected, represents 56% of operations. The other large categories are the billing agency fee that we pay to Des Moines Waterworks for the monthly billings to all of our customers, the payments to contractors, and the other charges at 8%. That represents workers' comp and sump pump reimbursement program. Moving into the capital project portion of the enterprise fund, in the bright red here, you'll see a couple of separation projects that are nearing their end. And then in the bright green are examples of recent trunk sewer projects that were recently completed. Not shown on the map are the ongoing and citywide sanitary sewer lining and repairs projects that span the entire city. Funding sources for the capital projects. We are finishing up a couple projects in 2026. Des Moines Waterworks has contributions in for the Western Ingersoll Run separation project of $600,000, and we have transfers in of $925,000, which are primarily from other sanitary sewer funds that have been closing out. Moving forward, we expect revenue into these projects to be solely from the sanitary sewer operations. Sanitary CIP projects by year. As I just mentioned, the sanitary sewer lining and repairs, that's that top line you see there. By 2030, we will be contributing $8 million to that project from the operations. So that's cash straight from operations to the project, which eliminates the need for any debt. We'll also continue to allocate annually for the sanitary sewer trunk repairs. We have 3 separation projects that you'll still see in 2026 that are wrapping up, and we expect those to be completed in the current fiscal or calendar year, depending on how construction goes. WRA is a big part of the sanitary operations. They've presented us some information to present to you today. They collect $72 million from the 18 member communities across central Iowa. Those community collections are for the operation and maintenance of the facilities, cost of funding reserves, and cost of debt. The net operations of $14.9 million is operation, maintenance, and insurance costs, less other operating revenues that they have within their operation budget. We're expecting to see debt service payments of $37.4 million. Other budget items of $19.8 million, which includes operating reserves, and renewal, and replacement budget. And for fiscal year 2027 alone, there's a capital improvement budget of $122 million. As you are all well aware, in late 2024, the WRA updated its conveyance system and treatment facility plans with over $1 billion in planned projects and improvements through 2045. This leads with over $1 billion of planned investment, leads to major increases in the projected debt, projected in 2034 to be at $967 million. WRA recently, through the approval of the third amended and restated agreement, increased the debt levy to accommodate the construction of these projects. Previously was at $675 million. Debt limit is now $975 million. Because we are one of the member communities of the WRA, we can expect to see city debt payments for our portion of the WRA debt to increase substantially over the next several fiscal years. 26 amended budget includes debt payments of $11 million, and that will more than double in FY30 to be $23 million. In summary, the significant drivers on the rate system will be the WRA projects and the associated debt. We continue to invest in the sanitary lining and repairs, and also the trunk sewers. We've invested over the past 5 years $14 million in those lining projects. That extends just life of the infrastructure, so those are very important for us to keep doing those and continue commitment to funding those projects. We expect the remaining sewer separation projects to be closed out this fiscal year. There is no rate increase projected this budget cycle, as last year we increased a 6% rate for both fiscal year 26 and 27 rates.
You could put bulleted item number 3 in all caps. That's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, separation.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, that might be a good thing for our PIO office to focus on, so.
Yep. And there's,
And between the sewer lining and the separation projects, depending on storm related item, because obviously your inflows and infiltrations, if those decrease as well as with the separation projects being completed, that should reduce the flows that we have going to WRA. So the way that the WRA calculates flow is basically how much is actually flowing to the plant. So if you have less of the I&I is what it's usually referred to, as well as the sewer separation is basically separating the sanitary sewer and the storm water infrastructure separation projects. So that allows for not the storm water to go to the facility to be treated. So from that perspective, the hope is based off of WRA, it depends on the amount of weather that all the communities see. And so if it's a drought, it tends to have more flow. But the way that the billing works or the contributions from all the different members is based off of a 3-year average of flow to WRAs. For those that aren't actually sitting on the board, which Voss, Gatto, and Westergaard were just there yesterday, actually.
And it's
it fluctuates. Yeah, we're about 40.
It's consistently going down, though.
Yes. Yep. We've tended down. I think it just depends on if there's more storms happening. It ends up getting a lot more through that I&I, through the infiltration through the system. So the more we can actually do the lining and repair projects, the better that will actually help us from taking on that piece of it.
Right. And the flow is also a question of usage as well, right?
Yes.
So for example, if we implemented water conservation measures in our buildings, not just reducing leakage with the lining, but if we had water conservation measures, that investment would also potentially lead to a decrease here, right?
It is solely based off of the 1,000 gallon per 1,000 gallon flow.
Right.
For the usage. Yep.
Right. So there are multiple ways to reduce this that are also consistent with maybe other sustainability goals.
And this comes into play too with those that have the 2 meters on their house as well. So if you've got the one water meter into your house, you're paying for that flow through this. But if you had a second meter for your outdoor watering, since that's not going through the sanitary sewer lines, that actually doesn't get charged for that water usage for the customers.
Okay, so if you have a separate lawn watering, that doesn't get charged.
Sanitary, it doesn't get charged the sanitary sewer water usage. Yep.
Okay, and we've always had that in place, even though we didn't have combined sewer overflow. I mean, if you're watering your lawn and that's going into the storm sewer,
yeah. If you only had one, yeah. If you only had 1 meter, yes. So.
Right. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Solid waste. So as it relates to solid waste, so we have about 65,000 homes for trash, yard waste, and or recycling collection. The staff is about 50 FTEs. The equipment that we have is 25 side loaders and 12 front and rear loaders. Some of the other services that solid waste provide is the scrub events, property cleanup, and dumpsters as well. Looking at the sources of funds and uses of funds kind of holistically all on the same slide, you can kind of see that solid waste collections is the largest portion of the sources of funds. And then you kind of see 0.3% on property cleanup, yard waste is 12, recycling is 2.3, and the other are, let's see if I've got that. Others is... includes bulk, extra item fees, municipal trash, fourplex dumpster charges, and other charges. When you look at the use of funds, we broke it out with the personnel service of 32, equipment maintenance and fuel, landfill fees, vehicle purchases, debt, and other. From an other standpoint, that's commodities, workman's comp, the indirect pilot, those type of things are in that as well. Yeah.
One quick question. For the property cleanup, private property cleanup, what's the balance of how good are we at those property owners paying us for that cleanup? I know it's put on as a special assessment, but do we actually collect that money? Does anybody know how much we actually collect?
We for this budget, we're budgeting 50,000. So it's
How much?
you can see the dollar amount there is only 50,000. Is what
How
we're
much do we
budgeting.
spend?
More?
That's something, yeah, that's something, but that is something we can get a report
Yes.
on to give you the history and the trend on that. But
Yeah, so that's one where we'll have to. But when you're talking about it being assessed, there's to be able to get those funds, it takes a
It could take forever.
yes. And if it is one that maybe, let's say, is abandoned, those are ones where we might
never
work with a organization and then waive those.
Nonprofit, and
Yeah,
then we
nonprofit.
waive it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's hard to say, but we can kind of give you some history on that. But it is not a very low dollar amount of actual revenue source.
Is there anything that we can do to make sure that we get paid? Anything? No.
Well, nothing comes to mind because the
Okay.
assessments is our best tool.
Not always abandoned, but oftentimes. I mean,
That's what the
in
assessment.
my neighborhood, the city's been there like 4 times. And the person just keeps collecting more junk and they come out and they clean it up. And, you know, it's just like a free pickup for him.
I think that goes back to how do we talk to the public about keeping up with their property and having more discussion. If it's a repeat offender, then what are those mechanisms too?
Private property
what-
cleanup in the budget book was $650,000, right? Just for the number that we were asking, what are we spending? Was it $656,000?
And we're only anticipating about 50 coming in.
50,000 back. So there's your number.
But trying to put together some of the history on that too, because it varies drastically from one year to the other. So as we look at more historical revenues, you can kind of see it is a very small portion. Even when you look on multiple years, that private property cleanup is a very small. You can't even really kind of see it. It's between the yellow and the orange. But you can kind of see the outlier. Hopefully you can see that the 2021, the green is the other like loan proceeds. So that was debt that solid waste took on for those were the loan proceeds to be able to contribute to the MSC2 construction. And then some of the other, like I said, revenues are the public works bulk, extra item fees, and municipal trash. So some of the other things you can see is the biggest portion of it is those monthly customer fees from the solid waste. Looking on the expense side, you can see that you have a correlation here. The other that you can see there is that transfers to the MSC2 construction that happened in 2021. Some of the other fees that you can see from the 22 through the 27 recommended are those commodities, workman's comp, collection agency, scrub program, different things like that. Also, you know, we try to, with the vehicle purchases, leveled that out. You can kind of see that we had that very small amount in 21, and then we went to in about that 22, 23 timeframe is when we did more of a allocation to kind of level that out. And one thing to kind of talk about too, or we'll get into this next slide, is the things that were kind of drives some of this stuff is the recycle change that we had with Metro Waste Authority. That agreement start date was June 9th, the most recent. They started operation in November of 21. Our end date on that agreement is 2028. And then also this past last March, so about a year ago, you guys approved the lease cost of ownership with Houseby on the replacing 11 side loaders over 2 years, and we would keep them for 2 years. If you would like those slides again, just let me know. It was recorded as well. So it allows us to do replacements of all 22 side loaders over 2 years, which then ends up saving us, I think, on the repairs of those vehicles, only having them for 24 months. And then it's basically, they gave us a guaranteed residual of almost 68% to sell them back because there is a market for those vehicles. Going into the current rates, there is not a proposed rate increase for 2027. So we anticipate to keep those flat until we kind of get a better idea of some of the different variables that we have going on with them, how the LCO actually pans out, and other activities. We don't see a need to do any rate increase in 2027. The last time I think we did a rate increase was a couple of years ago. I know that was a bit quick, but any questions on trash?
2 for Adam.
I have one question too, but probably not for Adam.
Adam, is the battery operated truck still out there doing collections, or I think it was just one truck, but
correct. So
yeah.
I guess,
How's that going with that?
Deputy Public Works Director. It does go out almost every day. There are certain routes that it cannot be used on. It doesn't have the battery power. For example, it can't do any kind of recycling on the east side of town and then drive all the way to Grimes to dump and come back without using up the entire battery. So we found out the hard way when it got towed back one day.
Okay, so.
But there is only one, you're correct, and it's used on the routes that it fits best in.
Will there be an expansion of that, or just that's probably
the only one.
One and done?
One and done.
Technology.
Yeah.
How does it work when it's sub-zero?
It does okay. And we see a little bit of battery degradation with the cold, but not tremendous.
Okay.
And so let's see, now we have 3 additional places in the community that people can drop off their cardboard.
Correct.
Have we promoted that very much, or it's just brand new, or?
It's fairly new, but the PIO did put out an announcement on social media about that.
Oh, okay. Working okay. I think the idea is if you have cardboard that goes to the just a specific cardboard dumpster, it has a higher value than if it's in your yard tote. So
correct. Yeah, it's not commingled with everything else, so it is worth more to Metro Waste as just cardboard.
Okay. And so small businesses can use that also to drop off their cardboard too, right?
Correct.
Thanks.
I have a question for Nick. On the last page, current rates, refresh my memory what the subsidized rate is. First 64 gallon is $10. Who gets that? What?
There's an application process. I can't remember off the top of my head how you qualify for it, but it's income
Subsidy
based. I don't know what level the income base is, but it is an application for that.
I just couldn't remember. Thank you.
And in the most recent, it's been a little bit since we've changed our rates, but when we've changed our rates, we've actually left the subsidized rates flat when we did do the rate changes in the past.
Thank you.
So Nick, for people that are watching this instead of the Olympics, which is kind of hard to imagine, but one acronym that hasn't been explained is PILOT.
Okay.
You might just explain that.
Pilot is actually payment in lieu of tax. That's what that acronym means. So it's kind of a governmental term that usually when you have agreements with different organizations that technically are tax exempt, they would agree to pay a pilot or payment in lieu of property tax. So,
Boy, wouldn't it be great if that would become wildly popular?
I think that probably will not be something people will be coming forward on. We've asked, and it's very difficult, but
it is something that you see so to kind of give you guys a little bit of background on myself, if you weren't aware, I started my career with the Auditor of State, and then I also worked at the City of Iowa City before I came here at the City of Des Moines. So I've seen other municipalities and other organizations across the state, and they do tend to have agreements with those exempt properties within their cities. And so that it tends to be one because of the services that tend to be provided of that police and fire response, that those, even though they're tax exempt, they get those, they still have responses to those locations.
and do we have any of those agreements?
We have some organizations that obviously are enterprise funds do those pilots, but we also have WRA, airport, and I think that we did in the past have a few others. But
Waterworks, I think, is
yes,
also.
Waterworks. Thank you.
Yeah.
So like the state of Iowa and
We do
the
Not
not.
anymore.
hospitals? Okay.
We used to have ones with hospitals that expired, I think, in 2022, I believe.
Okay.
I'd throw out, I think Community Foundation was good about,
There were some that kind of
voluntarily.
volunteered to kind of go through as we worked through. We do a calculation for those, the ones that we have agreements with. It is a portion based off of like insured values, because if they're exempt, they technically don't show any values. And so it's a agreement on the insured values of those properties. And we do a calculation of police and fire, what that percentage of our tax rate is. What that would have actually been equivalent to in those agreements. So we have a few properties that are tax exempt here in comparison to where I've seen in the past.
What is the amount? Over like 40% now?
Yeah, we've it's obviously kind of hard to truly
No.
to know because you technically have we've got unique situations where you might have where a hospital, whether it's owned by them or leased by them, if it's a leased space, it's technically not tax exempt. But if it is owned by the hospital itself, then it is tax exempt. So it's kind of hard to truly show. We were able to pull some information from the Polk County's website, but some stuff you just really can't pull off of there, like state of Iowa's properties or federal type stuff. So it's not a full picture, but yeah, there's the rule of thumb is about 40%, but I think that's worth us looking at to see what that number truly is and how it's changed with the cost to be able to replace some of those tax exempt properties.
But we provide the services for that.
Yes.
The fire, not always, some have their own security, but for sure fire and medic and things like that. So
other taxpayers are subsidizing that for the tax exempt organizations.
And I assume we went back to the hospitals. They just decided not to do it for.
Those had expired and we could not
Yes,
come to agree.
the request was made and denied.
Do we allow off-duty officers to work at the hospitals, for example? Could we potentially condition if they want off-duty officers at nonprofits? Could we condition that on paying a pilot?
We can look at that.
I mean, that may get them back to the table because if they want an additional service from us.
Okay.
I think we veered from solid waste.
yeah, I think so. So at this point, before we go into operations, would you like a break? Because I see people kind of getting
wanna
up and
get some
down.
coffee.
So we make a short break and then we'll come back in
It's 10. Let's do
10 minutes because operations, I assume, will be a bit longer,
Will be a bit longer, yes.
or 10 o'clock.
Yep. So 10
10
o'clock will be
o'clock,
fine. Yep.
easy. That puts us on schedule.
Yep, we got back to schedule.
Basically fun.
If we can get everybody all together again. Yeah, it was 10 o'clock. Okay, everybody, we're going to get started again. Thank you for, looks like we have more people coming in. Everybody sits to the back here now, that we have all this space.
They're hiding.
Okay, yeah, we'll turn it back over to Nick. And unless the manager wants to introduce, this is the operating budget portion, which is.
Can't hear you very good, Nick. I don't know. I think
It's on.
There you
Okay,
go.
there we go.
there you go. You're good.
Yeah. Okay, so going into the operating budget, we, from an operating standpoint, we kind of focus on three different pieces: the general fund operations, the road use tax fund operations, and local option sales and service tax. Again, those CIP and operating books can be found on dsm.city/budget. So the overview, so the commitment to maintaining service levels expected by residents. So we are doing status quo. So what we've seen is keeping our tax rate remaining at 1661 is our approach. So we had position reductions, 16 total. 13 was through vacancy process, attrition. And then 3 were the changes in force that Scott alluded to earlier today. Some of the other big things that were changes from 26 to 26 approved to 27, violence interruption program and library operations, as well as building security. So some things with the building security consolidating to this building, as well as altering some of the other approaches at the other buildings as well. General fund, the major service areas. Obviously, we've got the library, police, development, inspections, fire, and parks. To kind of overview of looking at the major sources of funds and major uses of funds within the 2027 recommended budget, you can see that property taxes make up over 50% of the revenue. The fees and charges for services is 14. So that is basically the revenue that we charge for specific things. So like the park shelter rentals, their fees directly charged for that service. The intergovernmental, that's a government finance term. It's revenue that we are receiving from other governmental agencies like federal, state, school, county, those type of entities, other government entities. Franchise fee, this is the franchise fee of the 5%, it is 5%, which ironically is the 5% franchise fee. The other franchise fee, the transit, is a special revenue. So that 2.5 transit part is not a part of the general fund. It's a special revenue that can only be spent for that. So that's how we account for that. Hotel motel is 4%. And with that, to take in consideration there is the agreements that we have with Catch Des Moines and Bravo, that they get 25% of those funds. And so we keep half of those funds. Some of the items that are in the other, the 7%, are things like the ROI and interest earnings and donations are in that 7%. From the use of funds side, you can see that personnel services make up 73%. It's the salaries and benefits of our staff that provides those services. Contracted services is 15%. Some of the bigger items from an expenditure standpoint in the contractual services are things like our hotel motel tax, payments to Catch Des Moines and Bravo, vehicle replacement, property insurance, and like vehicle and software licenses for the annual support on like Microsoft and Tyler Technology for our ERP and other softwares that we use at the city. As we go into a comparison for the general fund from 21 through the 27, as you can see, the dark bar to the left of each area is our expenditures. So you can see that different years it is creating a surplus or a deficit, depending on if that left bar is more than the multicolored bar, that is a deficit. And then if it's less, then that creates a surplus. So as you can kind of see, it kind of varies from year to year. The big change, or the biggest thing to kind of look at, is 2023. That was where we put the ARPA funds within the general fund for the general fund losses. So you kind of see that that was kind of an inflow there. And over the course of 2024, 25, and 26, we're utilizing the majority of that fund balance that we had between that 26 or 23 through that 26. This is kind of depicting it more in a table, total revenues, total expenditures. When you actually put the numbers there, you can see that in 2023, we had that 38 million, and then we used 10, 3, and 15 over the course of those 3 years. As we look at the 27 recommended budget, you can see that we are a balanced budget, just a little bit to the good of 18,000. Balanced. So looking at the major revenues specifically, like we kind of talked about before, so the fees and charges for service includes those the actual users of the programs that are actually doing that, as well as, you know, the pilots that we receive and the indirect cost allocations, ambulance charges, airport reimbursement for the police, and school crossing guard type stuff. So that's kind of the stuff that's in those charges, fees and charges for services. Fines and forfeitures have like the parking violations and ATEs, which is the automatic traffic enforcement. The cameras are within that. Hotel, motel, we only keep half of that. And then Bravo does make a contribution directly to the zoo from their 25%, just a piece of information for you guys. Licenses and permits include the building, electrical, mechanical, plan reviews, as well as pet licenses are included in the license and permits. As you look at the taxable valuation changes over the course of fiscal year 18 through 27, so a 10-year horizon. As we've talked about in the past, we have the good year, bad year. So you kind of see that it kind of goes from that reevaluation years that are those odd numbered years are the ones that are those peaks, and the valleys are the even years. So in this 10-year horizon, you do see an average of the non-TIF as a 4.25. But with the legislation changes that have happened, there is that trimming effect that happens to the combined general fund levy. That started with the fiscal year 2025. So we did incorporate that green line in there to kind of show we had the 4.1% in valuation growth for 25. It got trimmed down to 2. And then in the next year, we did, because we were under the trimming, we were able to put our 810 levy back to 810, which caused that levy to go up by 4.4. And then in this current year, our reevaluations and new construction and everything like that, and what was released from TIF valuation, we did have a really good growth in our non-TIF 9.6, but that did get trimmed down to 6.4. So that's with the current legislative actions that with property taxes that have been approved and in effect, that did do over a 3% trim in this current fiscal year.
So the current bill that they have at the State House, how long does that continue for with the cap and?
I think it's 2 more cycles. Yeah, I think it's 28 and 29.
And they're looking at making an immediate change.
Correct. Well, immediate as
Or in
far as
2
we know,
years.
we believe it's going to be for fiscal year 28.
Okay.
The current legislation we've looked at has mostly been affecting that fiscal year starting July 1 of 2027, which is fiscal year 28. But there has been times where where they have affected the current year. Fiscal year 24 is actually one of those cases where they affected the current year we were working on. When they did that, they did move because the budget used to be March 15th or March 31st, and it did get pushed off to April. So when they did make that adjustments, they started pushing the budget submission back later. So there is that.
So for the next 2 years, we still have the
existing property tax.
property tax
Yep.
system.
But they are looking to the legislation that has been proposed actually would supersede or alter that approach in the 28 and 29 years.
Okay. Right. That's.
Did you have something else on that? Okay. Looking at franchise fees, and again, this is the 5% gas and electric and cable, but cable's a very small number and it is dwindling. But gas and electric 5% is one where it's kind of weather related. So depending on how hot it is or how cold it is, determines how much we budget. So we budget about 13-ish million, I think, at this point for gas and electric. But you can see that we've had historical numbers just slightly over 12 or slightly over 14. So we try and stay about that 13-ish, not knowing how it might actually pan out in any given year. And again, this is the 5%. The 2.5% is in a special revenue that can only be spent on transit-related activities. Looking at the hotel motel tax, that is at 7% for the room rates. If you can tell, it's changed quite a bit from 21 through 25 on actuals. The 2021 was heavily affected by COVID, but we have seen a steady increase in this. Again, 25% of it goes to Bravo and 25% goes to Catch Des Moines, and the remainder stays with the city. Now, that was something that changed, I think it was this year. So going forward is where we'll keep 50% of it. In the past, it was 2/7 went to Catch Des Moines and 2/7 went to Bravo. So it was a little bit over 25%. So minimal change there, but it keeps it to where we at least get to have half of those to go towards our services within the general fund. From the major expenditure standpoint, so this again is the personnel services are the salary and benefits at 73, the contractual services at 15, commodities are our supplies, other charges kind of has our contingency, workers' comp, medical payments under 411, and loan payments of our general fund loan note is in there as well. Transfers out could be to different projects as well as into CIPs if we have some funds in there. There is one project that we'll get to that actually has general fund in it as well. But the capital outlay is a very small amount because most of the capital outlay for the general fund is actually within our tax supported CIP.
Really quickly, is there a best practice for as a percentage of personnel services out of general fund for a city our size, or
I wouldn't call it a best practice, but this is the norm.
Yeah.
So this would be expected about 70%, has been my experience with other communities that I've.
Yeah, you could see it anywhere from, I'd say 65 to 85% is you tend to see across other municipalities. It just depends on how much you are actually doing with individuals, your own employees versus contracting out. So, we've made that determination on some of our mowing contracts with like the parks and cemeteries and stuff like that, where they used to have staff doing that work, and then we've now contracted that out. So that's been kind of one of those things.
Thank you.
We constantly work with our departments to kind of see if that is the right path of balance between their personnel, their actual employees versus contracting those services out. When you look at the salary and benefits, this kind of gives you an idea on kind of the personnel services is a accounting term, but it is salary and benefits. Some of the things in here too on the benefit side is, our MFPRSI or Chapter 411s for our police and fire. Those contributions are IPERS, FICA, as well as health. And those are some of the benefits on the healthcare costs as well. So you kind of see that piece of it in comparison to the different years. So there's a 4.5% change from the 26 amended to the 27 amended based off of forecasted costs of salaries and benefits that we see from the retirement side as well as healthcare costs.
What was the amount again, percent again?
4.5. When you look at the general fund by department, this kind of breaks it out by the different departments. You can see public safety represents almost 60% of the 27 budget, 34% police, and 23% on fire. The rest kind of break out. The larger next one is administrative services, but that's kind of summation of those departments that are serving all of the departments, not only the general fund, but also the other funds as well. So the road use tax funds, the enterprise funds, those different things. So that includes the city clerk, city manager, finance, HR, IT, and legal. And you can kind of see the other small ones that we have with parks at 7, neighborhood at 4, library at 4, development services at 3, and engineering at 2. And then we've got mayor and council at under 1%, and then community impact and relations at under 1% as well. Moving to road use tax funds, you can see here that the revenues that we have coming in is primarily from the road use tax funds collected by the state and distributed to the communities. It is based off of population, and so it's based off of a pool of their collection and process of registration as well as gas taxes that are collected statewide, and then it's distributed by municipal population. As well as we have minor revenues coming in through street excavation, street maintenance, and traffic engineering, that we have just minor funds coming in for the different services and things that they do that generate revenues. But when you look at expenses, you can see on a road use side, these are the type of activities that are being done. So about 50% of that is street maintenance. Street trees is about 7%. Engineering, traffic engineering is 5%. Transfers is 14%. That's going into different capital projects. So we'll kind of get into what those projects are when we actually get into the capital improvement program. You also have equipment replacement, sign streets painting. Those are all kind of varying about 5-ish or under. and then street lighting is another 9%. So it's kind of the use of those road use tax funds, how they kind of break out with the different activities that are being done within road use tax fund. Looking at some of the multi-year or historical numbers in comparison to the amended 26 and 27, you can kind of see that we're a little bit on the conservative side for 26 and 27 because based off of the numbers that we receive from the state on what they project as numbers per citizen is what we're basing it off of for 26 and 27. So it can vary throughout the year depending on what is collected at the state. And so we use their projected numbers for us. Local option sales and service tax. So as you may hopefully are still aware, with this being approved as an expenditure policy by the council back in 2018, December of 2018, the local option is supposed to be spent 50% for property tax relief, and then the council had an expenditure policy based off of street improvements and flood prevention, neighborhood improvements, and public safety improvements and expenditures. So this is the breakout of the other 50% of the non-property tax relief. You can see here we transfer 50% of the property tax relief to pay off debt. That's our property tax relief piece of it. So we transfer that right out. And these are 4 different components of local option. We have the different, we'll get into the detail, but the public safety improvements and expenditures has been growing as a percentage over the last handful of years as we've been putting additional funding for police officers and firefighters being covered by local option versus the general fund.
So Nick, the public safety improvements could be for additional staff positions, not necessarily equipment and.
Correct. Yep. Well, it's public safety improvements and expenditures. So the path we took originally, we started with firefighters that were coming off of what was called the SAFE grant in 2019.
There were like three positions or something like that.
I think it was. I think it was like 9.
Oh, 15. Okay.
Yeah, 9 or 12. I can't remember.
Well, something more than 10.
Yeah. Yes. So that's where actually it started, was with that SAFER grant to be able to maintain those positions after the grant time frame to be able to keep those. And then we've added additional firefighters being covered with the add Fire Station 11. And then during the budget process in 26, we added additional firefighters and police officers being funded by local option as well.
So just to, maybe that wedge could have a better title than just expenditures. Because, I mean, it doesn't, on the surface, it doesn't sound like personnel. So,
sure.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing, just I think it could be a better descriptor there, so.
If we want to make that change, I wonder if we would want to update the expenditure policy, because that's referenced in that expenditure policy that the council passed. So we tried to use the same terminology that was on that roll call.
But the detail follows.
Yes, the detail follows exactly what it is here when we come up. But we tried to use the same terminology that was used on the expenditure policy that was passed in 2018. On what it was going to be spent for.
Well,
so
it might be worth taking a look at. So thanks.
Yeah. So from a local option sales and service tax, here's the first two topics of the property tax relief. So debt service payments. So 2026 has an anomaly. We had timing wise on a transfer from 26. So about 600,000 of that is actually 2025 numbers, and we're catching up in 2026 there. So 2027 budget, that 50% is that 3950. It wasn't that we ended up receiving a lot more. It was kind of a timing issue on the transfer to the debt service. From the street improvements and flood prevention, this is $4 million that is being transferred into CIPs for street projects. So it's cash for projects instead of taking on debt. The stormwater fund, that was a bunch of additional projects that we wanted to fund in the stormwater CIP that the general fund loaned $9 million of cash to the stormwater, and this is the local option paying back the general fund of that. It was $9 million, and the first year I think that was being paid back was either 2020 or 2021. So we still have a couple more years of that funding. The flood prevention buyouts is one of those projects that we actually have. We allow carry forward funds for that project. We allocate $400,000 each year because as those properties become available, we want to be able to purchase those. We have we have over 200 homes citywide that are still in floodplains. To be able to purchase all of them, that it would probably be in the 30 million mark, but this allows to, as those properties come available for us to be able to purchase, we try to put that there. Like I said, over 200 homes, about 50 of them in the 4 Mile area. Looking at the neighborhood improvements, so you have the deficit properties that this gives you both the amended 26 and the 27. You can see that we are contributing $500,000 in 26, none in 27, but we're trying to kind of focus more on the improving our neighborhood side. We still have properties within the Blitz on Bike process, and I think we have some funds to be able to do that. This was, it didn't need that allocation we did on the improving our neighborhood side. The library operations was one of the original funding in the passing of the local option, where it expanded operating hours at all 6 libraries, including, services every day at Central Library and Franklin Library, and we adjust it by 3% each year to be able to continue that piece of it. So it goes towards library operations. Special investment districts, that's the Invest DSM piece. That's the $5 million contribution that we have there. The neighborhood matching grants, that was one that we have designated for small awards to small grants to the neighborhoods and community groups for projects that build their leadership skills and improve the neighborhood associations. The rental housing enhancements, that was one where the city provided assistance for rental property owners to remove knockout panels and complete HVAC separation projects. And those projects were finished up in 2026. Broadband permitting costs is another one of those where it is the costs of being able to expand our service to allow the increased broadband connections throughout Des Moines. And again, it's an adjustment of 3% from one year to the next. We've got the enhanced tree care and planting, trying to expand services and also take care of the trees that we have been planting and making sure they get watering. We also have the youth neighborhood park programming. That's one where Parks has expanded that E.K. Davis program to additional parks throughout the city. The Parks capital projects, those were different things that we increased funding towards spray grounds, playground improvements, and the Birdland Marina improvements as well was another big one in that. The regional features project are city improvements, anticipated city expenses to different projects that might relate to the water trails and different things as they come up from the city side versus others. Park enhancements increase their efforts with an additional park maintenance and 7-month technician, as well as the volunteer coordinator efforts there at Parks. And then the Sobering Center contribution is the last item that we have there with the contributions to Polk County Behavioral Health through a 2080 agreement that we have.
Back to the regional features. So that, just explain that again, and that's wasn't in 26, is in 27?
Yes, it was one of those things that we had a budget we did have anticipated more projects where we did, if we go back to originally where we did put this project in place, we had multiple millions in there, but we did trim that down to be able to kind of keep a balanced budget within the local option standpoint. And then this one was where we pushed it out from fiscal year 26 or pushed it in a million that was in 27. We did a half a million in 27 and 28. So it's just to be able to maybe fund some of those projects that we have in correlation with some of the parks trails was originally what I said.
So it was originally $1 million a year going way back, and it was intended for on-land improvements, whereas the Icon Water Trails is taking care of most of the costs in water, if that makes sense. And with some exceptions, they're also helping pay for the on-land features. And there were things like restrooms and additional parking and some of those other trail aspects to get access to their sites that we've put in there. But we didn't have anything in 26 to expense against that. And so that's why that's blanked out for 26. And in 27, we lowered it from $1 million to $500,000. So that's how we got to that number. But at this moment, we don't have specifics, but there's several projects in the works that may need to use that.
When you talk about the Icon Water Trails, we just received a grant that I think the city Parks and Rec wrote the grant, but it was awarded to the Icon Water Trails for Birdland. How will that money be spent? Will most of that be used for land improvements since we wrote the grant?
So I think it'd be best for us because there are several grants. This is another example, great example of Parks Department working with potential grant funds and receiving several different new grants for the Birdland project. So to not confuse anybody, I think if we could send out a message that indicates the different grants that we've received, including ICAT and several others. And then the most recent one you're referencing was a $2 million, I believe, grant. And we'll have some announcements on that here in the next week or so. We're coordinating with Congressman Nunn to put that information out.
Okay.
And then we get detail as to what it's going for.
Yep,
And
but
then-
part of it will go to Birdland.
And then when you talk about the parks capital projects, we've lowered that amount. Some it was 1.765, now 1.515. What does that include? You mentioned Birdland in that when you.
Yep, spray grounds, playgrounds, Carlisle Trail connection, and some funding into the Birdland. I think it was $1 million in Birdland. That's or $1 million each year, I think.
Because, yeah, we had to do some matching.
Yep.
We'll double check. I don't believe that's a reduction. It was a planned amount from years ago that was going to reduce, that was going to be a little bit less.
So that's why.
It was based off of
Extra
the
funds.
specific projects because we were trying to fund a certain number of spray grounds or a certain number of playgrounds. And so the funding that was anticipated in that scenario.
Okay. So you'll send us some more information on that.
And then when we actually look at when we get into the capital projects, or if you look at the capital projects book itself, if you look at the funding sources, you can see where local option is going into what specific projects.
Thank you.
And then the broadband permitting, is that anticipated? Remind me if that's long-term anticipated, or are we?
I'd call it midterm. So
So just help me understand that a little better from midterm and timing, and if that may be able to be reduced or phased out?
Yeah, great question. So the anticipation is that it would be phased out. Are we in the third, or I'd have to look at engineering as well. But most of this is what we talked about earlier, right-of-way management, because we had additional fiber optic providers jumping into that market and putting more fiber into the right-of-way. We recognized with Google being the first that we were going to need to have additional engineering staff to help manage through that process. And lo and behold, I believe 3 other providers jumped in after Google, if not 4. And because of that, then we're now looking at needing to do this a couple more years as they finish up their work. So unless Steve wants to add something to this, I would anticipate not only 27, but also at least some amount we would still need to have into fiscal year 28
And
before they finish up.
and if I could ask, is there any way,
You just went, your mic just went off.
is there any way that we could make the vendors coordinate things? Because like we finish one and then the next week somebody else is in there tearing everything up again. It's just been this constant digging up of the right of ways. And it's got to be frustrating for engineering, but
Yes, and
do we have any control?
great question. I rarely say this, but no.
Okay, I
We
thought that's what you were going to say.
yes, we try every way we can to accommodate schedules and opportunities for them to work together, but they have the choice of deciding timing and have shown, as we've seen, that they are not coordinating. And in fact, it just continues to be demonstrated in additional right-of-way usage that
And can we charge more for permits or,
also no.
I mean,
And this is by federal standard.
State, for the most part,
This
there
is
is a
state.
small element that is federal, but for the most part, yeah, the state has decided long ago.
it's just too bad because, I see the trucks with Minnesota license plates. They're there. They leave Friday afternoons. They leave their messes and then Monday morning or Monday afternoon, they'll show back up.
And I do want to send out thanks to our engineering department.
Yes.
Because with what we can do, we do. And so there is some amount of responsiveness that we've gotten from some of the vendors.
Yeah,
I don't
Steve
wanna-
has been great when I've had
Yeah.
questions.
And we can bring this up and maybe even send some additional literature to council, but it's probably worth noting to the public. The right-of-way management is one of the best examples of Des Moines as an urban area, recognizing we needed to do something specific about the sheer amount of private utilities within our right-of-way. And we produced a new policy and a program to fairly distribute those costs to the private utilities. And we were exempted the very next cycle, preempted by the state legislature the next year, and essentially had to throw that away. And because of that, the taxpayers of Des Moines are now burdened with those costs because they're very real to manage the right-of-way. But that's just the fact of it.
Plus, the property owner then is left having to put grass down and water it and maintain it. Otherwise, you just get dirt.
Exactly.
I will say, and we are definitely digressing from budgetary issues, but Rob Silvers has been very responsive to me when I see issues, and he's a pit bull. He stays after these providers to fix their messes.
That could be another topic on what we can talk about. Keep going on the budget now.
Going into the public safety improvements and expenditures, as you can kind of see here, we've got firefighter positions. We're covering approximately the cost of 39 positions now within the 26 and 27 budget. Same with the police officer positions, second from the bottom. Those are 39 positions as well for police officers. We also have the mobile crisis services. It's the crisis advocacy response efforts with the mobile to expand the mobile mental health services as a part of the partnership with Broadlawns. The body-worn cameras maintenance and support agreement that we have is being funded there, as well as public safety dispatch positions. It's funding some of the additional dispatchers that we have added there within the dispatch center. The homeless housing initiative was the grant funding with youth and shelter services for operations of their emergency shelter as well.
If you don't mind, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I have lots of questions, but I don't want to get in the way of a good slideshow. If you could move back one slide. So the 5 million that goes to Invest DSM, I see that it was 5 million a year ago. Can you or Scott give some context to how that investment is it consistently $5 million? Is there an agreement that we have that locks us into that amount? Can you give me some parameters on that number?
Yeah, and we have actually 3 council members that are on that board that can speak to some of this as well. But if for a long time it has been the 5 million, with our partners at the county also contributing 5 million. So yeah, that number has not changed. And what was the other part?
Well,
we have an agreement.
Sets that amount at $5 million. Okay. And then Ion increasing from 1.3 to almost 2.6. What's the long-term thought process on that? And I apologize, but I've looked through the budget books and I didn't see that in there or the Invest DSM in there. So maybe off of when we're in recess, somebody can show me where that is. But what are we assuming that investment's going to look like in future years?
Yep. And so the ION program is part of the housing strategy discussion that council has had over the past about a year and a half. And the intent there is to continue increasing it from here a little bit more yet. What is the numbers that we were looking by 28?
I want to say up.
This is only the local option sales tax piece of it, I guess I should say.
Yep. So we're also doing not just this is to kind of cover the operational costs of it.
Personnel.
And any of the other operational costs of supplies and different things that they have to work through, because any contractual services that they might have as well. So this is on the operational side of ION. But the grant side, we also have the bond issuance. So when we go through our bonding process, we have 2 different bonding issuances that we do. We do the tax exempt, which is and we'll get into this more in the capital improvement plan. But this is the piece that's on the operational side, is the improving our neighborhoods. We'll be issuing debt for the grant piece of it. But we do that over a 5-year horizon payback of it. And so prior to 2026, we were doing both the grant and the operations of ION within local option, and it was a million in the granting, and then about 1.3 for the operational costs. The 2027 has, I want to say 4
sounds right to me.
4 million for the granting available as a part of the housing strategy approach that Scott had us incorporate into this budget. And then I think, depending on the approach of the discussion going forward in future years, is trying to figure out what that balance is of how much more to add to it, because I think our original housing plan strategy talked about another 10,
Tripling to,
about like 10 million, but it doesn't necessarily say is that within the ION program or special investment districts or work with other nonprofits or through 2080 agreements either. So it's one where this was kind of that first step of the housing strategy.
I would tell you also from a planning standpoint, I'm hopeful that this is covering the operations and then obviously inflationary increases for the personnel and things of that nature, but that we can then continue to increase the actual amounts of grants. And that's the other piece, which is the debt issuance that is available. Start at 4 million in 27, but hopefully growing thereafter. Because this is the center stone, if you will, of the neighborhood housing strategy.
Help me understand the operational cost a little bit better. I mean, is that just staff? Like, are we doubling?
Most of that is staff. There is some contractual in there. I think it's important to understand here, and worth bringing back some additional information that spells this out, is that a fair amount of what ION does is helps homeowners with repairs that need to get done that in some cases don't involve any grant funds at all. And so
Are our staff doing the repairs then?
No. The grants are the part that are taking care of the construction contractors and things of that nature are paying through the grant funds. This is recognition of the difficulty that some of our homeowners are having in knowing where to even go and where to start with repairing their properties. Hence, they haven't been repaired in some cases for a lot of years, right? And so we knew the city staff being involved with ION were the best opportunity to help the neighborhoods, the residents in our neighborhoods, put in contact with the right contractors, the kind of work that needs to get done, so that and understand this is the exterior, right? This is where infractions, so to speak, where broken windows. Neighborhood services has gone out and said you need to make these repairs because the house needs to be in good, safe order, and so our residents need the staff's help in knowing how to fix things.
So how many staff do we have? Because if this is all operational, I mean, an additional 1.2 million would be what?
12, 13 staff. Yes, 13 probably.
So we've added an additional 13. 13 staff, but for essentially the same amount of grant dollars?
No, the grants are
Grant
going
dollars is going up as well.
Grant
So,
dollars, okay.
Yeah. It
But
was
again,
trying to
they're-
compare, it was trying to proportionally show the additional costs, and depending on how they're going to kind of ramp that up and approach, we have to kind of figure out in subsequent years what those grant dollars will look like, depending on how far we go with the housing strategy approach.
So that's why I was trying to get to the point where it's not all of the staff are directly tied to grant funding, right? Simply assisting the homeowners on what the processes are to go through is part of what they're spending their time on.
So just like helping a homeowner figure out how to find a contractor? Like, so you're saying the homeowner has maybe the means, but not the wherewithal to find the contractor?
Correct.
And that's what
That's
these
a
staff
portion of-
positions are, okay.
A portion, right?
And to make sure the work is being done correctly. I think they help walk through to make sure,
Yes.
Kind of like an inspector role after the fact. Like,
but it's really connecting them to the other services and then bringing in the other groups to help. So on the inside, if you do the outside, what do you need to do inside? So whether it be Habitat or Home Inc., and some of those people come in to help make the whole really house whole, so people can stay in their home and it doesn't get into the blighted condition where it costs more in the long
So
run.
you're hiring additional ATEs?
We allocated funds to for the ability. We're still working with neighborhood services to determine what that would actually look like with that approach. So this just allows us the flexibility to either hire the staff or use some cash towards the granting. It's us trying to forecast. Again, it's a budget that's ahead of the time of what we're actually going to work on. So it is just trying to allow that path of funding.
Yeah. My apologies, because it is a smaller number than that.
Okay.
The $500,000 of demolition on that first line, deficient properties, is part of that ad.
Yeah, we're kind of.
And so it needs to take on any demo cost within the program through ION now moving forward as well. But there will be ads needed to handle the additional work that ION is taking on that we've discussed through the housing strategy.
So what I'm hearing is that this is maybe not all admin operations. Like some of this could actually be grant. We don't know yet because we haven't built out the program to the next level to account for the additional funding.
Which again is part of this summer's conversation as well.
Okay, because yeah, the operational side seemed a little high if that was all operational,
And because we didn't know that, if you look at the FTE count, we didn't change because we don't know what that mix is going to be.
okay.
Right.
Yeah, so we showed the same FTE in 26 and 27, but we know that there is going to be an operation. We just don't know what that makeout is going to be.
And that will come back to council before the final decision is made, but it needs to be in the context of how much do you want to lean forward with the neighborhood housing strategies, knowing the rest of the budget.
So just one quick caveat to that then. If this is undetermined and subject to a process that we'll be a part of going forward, I just want to raise up looking at all of these numbers and seeing that the neighborhood matching grant is there, not funded as we've discussed and we have all lamented at $50,000. I would encourage city staff to look for an opportunity to bring that back because that's been a very good investment.
So that was, I think, part of the discussion of that going away to fund the keeping of Birdland during the last budget approach was that would be funding that would go towards keeping that being operated was the approach that we got approved through the last budget cycle.
Okay, I wasn't here in that
exactly.
budget cycle and wasn't
But I
part
just
of
wanted
those
to let that was part of the discussion of trying to continue that operation was that neighborhood matching grant kind of falling off, being able to go towards continuation of that.
So that is a great example of potential changes that if council says they want to shift that priority, that can happen. But as Nick was saying, that was part of the discussion in 26, that 26 would be the last funding year for that. In fact, it was even more than that. The prior years, it was more like 200,000 a year in prior years. So.
And these are the types of conversations we should be having. I would like to point out, I thank you for mentioning under Invest DSM that we are matching a county match. I think it would be helpful as we go through these line items just to identify, don't have to go into detail, but where are we getting matching funds? It will be telling how strong we have partnerships outside of the city and how we rely on them. Is this a correct statement? And I'm not advocating to do this, but if we were to reduce Invest DSM, does the county reduce therefore their amount?
Not automatically, but it's been made clear that would.
Again,
Yeah,
that
right.
shows
That
how
was kind of
strong partnerships are.
That was the agreement from the very beginning, that everybody would be in at the same amount.
There's also the partnership, as you pointed out, with the Sobering Center. That's another additional partnership. Yeah, absolutely.
Through partnerships with others.
And I think we are the only city contributing to the Polk County Sobering Center in the metro area. Another, which has done great work. So, right.
Any additional questions on the public safety side? Sorry.
Mentioned, I'm sorry, you said we had 39 positions for police and
And
fire.
39 positions for fire.
How does that compare to 10 years ago when our population was much smaller?
Well, we didn't have local option, so it wasn't covering any positions.
This is just,
So,
okay.
Yep. So these were ones where this is a transfer into the general fund to cover some of those costs because we haven't been able to
Yeah.
cover them with the existing revenues that we have
Okay.
in the general fund. So we've had additional funds being transferred into the general fund.
Okay.
So it's coming out of local option that we did not originally
The
intend.
expenses are in general fund, but the revenue source is actually a transfer into. Yeah.
But it was never intended when we originally passed local
Correct.
option.
The only one
Just
that
the first one.
originally was the
Firefighters.
SAFER grant that was being funded by elsewhere. And to kind of put it in perspective, there is about 25% of operational costs. So like the firefighter positions, the police officer positions, some of the dispatch positions, same with the broadband, the library operations. Those are the things that are actually going towards that operational costs within the general fund. It's about 25% of the 50%. So it's,
So the sales tax has helped us
yes.
bring up staff.
Or cover staff without having to,
Yeah.
without eliminating like
eliminating.
sworn firefighters or police officers. Yep. So obviously, kind of concerns and challenges, property tax growth limitations. It is currently within the next 2 fiscal years. Obviously, with the current legislation, we have rising costs with inflation, personnel and construction costs. And then there's always a potential for any state legislative actions that could come into play. Any other operating questions?
Just a general, what level of growth have we seen in the local option sales tax revenue? Is that?
So we're currently budgeting about 60 million. Is the dollar amount that we anticipated. I think when we originally had it approved, it was just under 40. So it's from the fiscal year 2020 was, I think, the first year that we collected. It was
39?
yeah, we collected about 38, and now I think the most recent year we collected just under 60. So we're forecasting about 60 million, and it depends on you know what actually happens. There was an anticipation by the state that was a bit off when COVID hit, that they thought less local option would be collected. But at the same time, there was a lot more being collected from online sales than they anticipated. So that one wasn't quite as bad of a hit for us, but it is one from when we originally did the anticipated local option. There was a lot of other communities that did add on and did pass local option after we did. So that did change how that calculation and what gets distributed.
In year over year, like we're at 60 million this year. We think it's going to be, do we see a 3%? Do we see 5%?
As long as there's not alterations to how it's being collected or what's being collected on, I think it'll stay fairly level. Maybe a minor increase of 1 or 2%. But again, it's one where you don't want to anticipate large growth with a tax like that varies so much from year to year.
I would just add that on the horizon for sales tax, it's a county-wide calculation, even though individual cities decide whether or not they're going to opt in. And Ankeny has made it known that they're planning to vote for their local option sales tax. And that could have an impact on ours as well. Not real certain exactly at the moment, but as they get closer to that vote, we'll do some estimating and let you know what that, because it could actually help us.
Well, that's
Given
what I
the
was
way
wondering.
the formula, and that's what I would anticipate, but we'll get back to you closer to when they're ready to vote on what that might look like.
Yes, I've got a question. Would like to shed some light on lighting in the city. Right now, there's not a line item to maintain and repair some of the structures in Des Moines that have special lighting, like the there's not a reliable line item to do so, and I wonder if there's a way we could adjust our budget so when there is lighting that needs to be repaired, it could.
Are you talking
There'd be the
more on the
dollars.
capital side or the operational side?
Well, I think operational.
Okay.
Because the capital has not worked. So,
Okay.
I mean, we've got the Rouen connector. We've got the Fifth Street Bridge. We've now added a lighting on the, I think it's called the Riverview Park Bridge, the Iowa Women of Achievement Bridge. A lot of bridges with special lighting that individuals have helped underwrite, and when it needs to be repaired, there's not a way to do so. And if there was something in the budget that could take care of that, I know personally for me the Fifth Street Bridge. Wiring was stolen from that bridge in 2024, and there's still not a way to replace the wiring and get it the way it was previously. And it's just, it's something that we've added to the city that makes this a great place to live, all of the, the lighting of several bridges and structures. And I don't know, it seems like we found money to wash the windows on this building. Can we find some money to keep our lighting structures repaired properly? Ongoing.
Okay. I'll look into it. I'm sure we have numbers in there. I just don't know if it's adequately for what you're talking about. I'd have to go back and look at that specifically.
Yeah, it's not really one department. It's not really Parks and Rec. And not really engineering, but it should be a place in there. It's just something that is new to the city and has been added, and we need to take care of what we build. So.
Well, and that was built on a lot of public-private dollars, and we do need to maintain that.
And we do from a safety lighting standpoint. The real crux is we do not have the funds to replace decorative lighting, and so we have to draw the line somewhere in that instance.
But it was built with both of our public-private, and we need to. I feel the same way as Carl. We need to maintain it, and it's not just Parks that needs to maintain it. I mean, this is a facility issue, just like all the other buildings we've got. This is something that we went out and asked our community to save that bridge, and they stepped up.
Sure, and it's not.
We've gotten dollars for it.
I think the question is if it's decorative lighting or whatever. What is the lighting, and what is the cost to go back to the decorative? It gets back to anything we're doing now.
Right.
When we
Needs
build
to be
something,
maintained and repaired.
but when we do build something now, we have to accommodate. Do we do it or do we not because of the maintenance costs going down the road with the constraints we've had?
Well, and like we talk about the public-private partnership, but if it's a public-private partnership and we know that there are going to be significant costs to maintain it, and the private partnership is only for the upfront capital, it's a little bit less of a partnership if we're not accounting for the long term and the full cost, because it's a lot easier to get that public-private partnership across the line for the initial upfront piece, and then the city is on the hook, and we've essentially made a long-term funding decision then without the taking into account the full costs of that. We do a lot of touting of the public-private partnerships, which are absolutely fantastic and essential. But if we're going to talk about it long-term and expect the city to maintain at a particular level, that needs to be part of the upfront conversation so that the expectation is set, so that we're not having this conversation several years later when the maintenance funds aren't there to maintain it at the same level that the initial capital was.
So basically, when we get fundraising, we should allow for maybe maintenance on down the road, as we have found, so we can keep it up to the level that it was initially, is what you're saying?
Yes, like that needs to be a policy expectation that we set so that we can actually maintain at the same level that we're fundraising the initial project for.
The unfortunate reality is we need to be clear about how theft would be handled as well. Because in this instance, that's what it was. It wasn't a maintenance issue. It was a theft.
Right.
And therefore, we didn't have the fund. Nobody had the funds set aside for the thought of theft. And we replaced the safety lighting, but we didn't have the funds for the decorative.
This should be a simple exercise. I raised the same issue regarding all the bump outs, if you will. That's a technical term on Ingersoll. How much does that add to annual maintenance costs? And when we started that, I think it was $140 million for snow removal. It's up to $4 million. It's up to, I think, $400,000 for snow removal. It's just a budget consideration. Regarding the more significant elements that are gifted to our city or others, we have been doing a much better job asking for endowments. One example is the Robert D. Ray Asian Garden. And that came with about $1.5 million in endowment to cover the ongoing maintenance. We just need to be more diligent with that effort.
Well, it's not unlike a spray ground in a park or a playground structure. Anyway, we haven't.
Yeah,
This is something new to the city, so.
I think we need to, we'll
Yeah.
address it, and we can
Yeah.
look further into it, and then going forward determine what's the best way to keep these partnerships going and still enhance but still protect them long-term. So any other questions?
I'm not sure. I think since this is the end of the operations,
Right.
one thing that has come up, I think, across the board and fits in Vision Zero as well as some of our road maintenance, the painting budget for crosswalks and some of the road safety. We get a lot of requests, and I'm not sure that all of them merit, but I think some of them definitely merit. And the answer is the same, that we are limited on our paint budget and our ability to paint and maintain crosswalks. I know I've got several in some high traffic areas, by Hoyt Sherman Hill, and the hospital that are particularly high traffic and have been identified. I know there are others. I would also say, from a paint budget perspective, when we talk about road design and some of the long-term projects where we talk about on-street bike infrastructure and other changes or road diets, I think we've looked in a limited way only to things that we can do from a fully physical perspective. And there might be more that we can do at less cost if we expanded the use of paint. Sometimes use of paint and bollards, like other cities do. Councilmember Simonson just mentioned the bump outs, for example. And we only do bump outs where we can physically build the bump outs, but there are other communities around the country where they accomplish bump outs with paint and plastic bollards. And that may be a way that we accomplish some of the same things that, particularly when we have less dollars to go around, we could accomplish some of those public safety goals and road design change goals for less dollars if we enhanced our paint budget. And I want to make sure that we are considering that and looking at those options as we go forward.
Okay, any other questions? If not, keep. Got note of those? Okay, we'll go to the capital improvement plan.
All right, the next up, we're going to visit the capital improvement plan. In total, there are 176 projects included in this year's plan. The CIP document lists all the specific details on each of those projects, which you have in paper version and can be found online. Through this presentation, we'll go over the CIP expenditures, revenues, changes to projects, listing of new and significant projects, and then also some removed projects. Some high-level points or some notes to make here. As we put together the capital plan, or capital budget and capital plan, there's a very strategic review of already approved projects that were included in last year's adopted plan, as well as requested projects. I think we all recognize that not all projects can fit into our capital plan. That requires us to prioritize needs. And we understand also that we have a lot of ongoing projects in the capital budget and plan that take up a significant portion of the CIP dollars. About 34% of the FY2027 capital budget are for ongoing maintenance needs of current infrastructure. You'll notice the amended 2026 budget includes a spending authority for carryover dollars. We've talked about that a little bit already this morning. So that's why those amounts will be significantly higher in some cases than FY27 budgets and beyond. Final ARPA monies will be spent in the 26 amended budget. There's one enterprise project that have ARPA dollars budgeted. The cost of debt drivers, while we continue to maintain a positive bond rating, S&P rating of AA+, volatile rates, and also limited or no opportunity to refinance existing bonds due to the market conditions, impact that cost of debt for us as a city. We target to manage our GO debt issuances, target approximately $40 million annually. As we go through the presentation today, you'll see some near future needs that will drive that number up. Just carrying on with that theme, the long-term debt modeling shows there will be a modest increase proposed within the proposed plan. And like I said, projects needing beyond that $40 million of GO funding. These two charts show the total expenditures for the entire capital improvement plan by category. This would include the transfers. Nick talked about transfers earlier. You'll see those as a transfer out in a project, then also an expense in another project. So just keep that in mind as we're going through these charts. The top chart is the tax supported projects. Those are GO fund and or GO debt and TIF debt funded projects. The bottom chart there are the enterprise funds that we've talked about this morning. We'll talk about parking later this afternoon. This chart here shows the total CIP project cost. So this chart does exclude transfers. So looking at historically, 2018, you know, we've been trending up as needs have arisen, and we've had, you know, opportunities to, through various partnerships and granting, grant funding to expend more on projects. The FY26 budget, the spike you see there is attributed to the carryover from prior year budget. The FY27 plan will come back down in line with kind of historical there. And then continuing on, we do have a spike in 29, but similar spending levels. Most of the focus of this presentation is going to be on the tax-supported expenditures or categories of the CIP. You'll see on this chart, this represents all the expenditures FY26 amended through the FY30 plan. Streets makes up a significant portion of all expenditures at 51%. Parks and Rec, 11%. Municipal buildings, 19%. Category miscellaneous, 7%. Library, 1%. Fire apparatus, 4%. And bridge improvements at 7%. The total budget for these years is $676 million. On this chart, you will see all the tax-supported revenue sources. The top two, general obligation and tax increment funding bonds.
Can everyone hear Jessica? I want to make sure.
No.
Is it on? I can hear, but I don't know.
Pointing at you. Is that better? A little closer to my... No? Talk louder? I'll do my best. Yeah, it's... I'll try to talk louder. The GO bonds are paid by the debt service levy, local option sales tax, as we talked about, and we'll have another slide explaining that in a few slides ahead. The TIF bonds, those are paid by increment funding. Some other major sources of revenue, we have a lot of federal dollars coming in. Majority of those are for the Southeast Connector project, but then also some other bridges and street projects. Do have contributions from outside partners, including Des Moines Waterworks, and then some private contributions included in some of the park and recreation projects for Reichert Community and Recreation Center and the Grays Lake Park improvements are notable examples there. And all this information can be found in your CIP document in the various tables or summary tables in the front of the document, as well as the individual page documents that you'll find the same detail. Moving into GO bonds by category, you'll see 26 and 27, we're hovering right above that $40 million target mark. In 28, we do dip a little bit. So average of about 40,000 for those 3 years. You'll see an increase in fiscal year 29 and 30. And we will discuss in a couple slides what projects are driving that up. This is those increases that will require changes in the debt service levy rate. TIF bonds by category. Some major projects here. We have some bridge projects, some larger ones that are finishing up. And then we have coming online later, Fleur Drive over Raccoon River, University Avenue over Des Moines River, and Southwest 9th Street over the Raccoon River. Municipal buildings. This line includes the principal park improvements and the downtown restrooms project. And streets includes the Market District infrastructure, Ingersoll Streetscape, and the Southeast Connector and the Skywalk system. So this chart here, I think the two main points I want to make first, besides there's a lot of stuff going on here, so this is an important chart to take some time on. Local option sales tax has really provided us the opportunity to keep that debt levy rate down. But you'll see in the outer years of the plan, fiscal years 28 through 30, the proposed budget does require a rate increase. So the blue portion of the chart represents where our CIP plan has been with the debt levy. The gray above the blue represents the portion that has what local option sales tax has paid for property tax relief for debt service. So had we not had local option sales tax, we either would have not been able to do all of those projects, or the debt levy would have increased significantly to do the same amount of work that we've done. For the FY2027 budget, the debt levy rate has no change, but remain at $286 per $1,000 of taxable valuation. The current plan will increase 25 to 30 cents over fiscal years 28 through 30. Still working to figure out what those annual increases might be and how those might pencil out, but we can expect in total 25 to 30 cent increase. Any questions on that?
One thing that I wanted to kind of point out as well, one thing that we did with local option as well, we did the asset match in fiscal year 2020. So not only did we lower the rate with local option, we also did what we refer to as our asset match. So it does front load some of our debt, and it does take, it did make us take about 8 to 10 years for us to see that benefit of front loading that debt. And so that's why you actually kind of see that slight decrease in the overall rate would have been. That's why you would see if we did all of that work, even within the current plan, we would have seen that rate start to come down overall, because that front loading of debt has a benefit, and we would not have been able to do that without the local option sales tax.
Another portion of the pressures that we're seeing here is less capital projects paid for by the sales tax. So we have shifted the sales tax to operations. Otherwise, the 25 to 30 cents might have been erased completely, or it definitely would have been significantly reduced.
Now we will get into the nitty-gritty of what's changing all these numbers on the charts and graphs that we've shown so far. So new CIP projects to note within the bridge improvements category, $75,000 for the East University Avenue pedestrian bridge. And as we go through these next slides, this is through the entire capital budget and plan years, so FY26 through FY30. So these numbers are in total across all 5 years. Municipal building improvements. City facility and armory replacement phase 2, or phase 2 of this building, 1200 Locust, of $20.8 million. That includes the cost of relocation of the fire department administration to 1200 Locust, the upgrade of the city's public safety radio system to the next generation of equipment and software, and the relocation of the city's dispatch center or the public safety answering point. Future Fire Station 12, or Fire Station 12, total estimated cost of $16 million. This provides for the construction of a new station on the city's south side, and this project, his proposal is to be entirely GEO bond funded. If you'll recall from prior fire station major improvements and reconstructions or builds, we've been able to fund those with GEMT monies. That's just not, we're not able to build enough cash up quick enough to build the stations at the pace that is desired.
How much did Station 11 cost us?
14.
Have to check. I'm not exactly sure.
And then 4
Close.
with the new training that we got, how much was that?
I'd have to get back to you on that one. I'm not.
It might have been just slightly higher than
Yeah.
with the training.
Slightly higher than the 16 here or the 12?
Than the 12.
Then 11. I think
Excuse me.
I think it was slightly more than the 11.
Oh, I'm sure it
Fire
was.
Station 11.
Yeah.
But we don't have a cost for, I mean,
We do. We can get that back to you, that number back to you.
But this was based off of the conversations with fire and facilities to determine what that anticipated cost given the timing and that approach. So this is our
Including
estimate that we
land
were given.
acquisition if
Yep,
necessary.
if necessary.
so you're saying an additional, well, I'd like to know how much station number 4, because we're not going to build anything like station number 4 again, correct?
It should, I would
Correct.
assume it would be similar to 11,
Yeah.
since that was the new station.
With inflationary costs.
Yeah, with inflationary costs. Because we did Station 11
Okay.
4 years ago.
4 years ago, we did
it
station 11, wasn't it? That's what I thought it was too.
But yeah, we can give you those numbers to compare. But this was anticipated costs of inflation as well as if there's land acquisition that needs to come into play as well.
And what's the future plan?
So-
Replacement. What
Sorry.
is that?
So that would be the replacement of either like Fire Station 8
or
or
10.
10.
And only the first year of
Yeah.
funding, we'd have
Okay.
additional.
Our anticipation would be that's the first year of like any of the design or land. That would be in 30, and then 31 would be
Got it.
the other remaining part that needed to be put in place.
And these are all just budgeted.
Right.
Right, estimates.
Yeah, they're the engineer estimates. Yeah. Sure does.
There were 3 projects that were removed from the CIP, all those within the streets improvements area. East 6th and East 7th Penn Avenue justification report of $150,000. This project was to prepare an interstate justification report required by the U.S. Federal Highway Administration and the Iowa DOT for identified changes from a study that was conducted a few years ago. Southwest 9th, Dartway to McKinley Avenue. That was a total project cost of $4.2 million in the current CIP plus $1 million in a future year, so 2031. And then the US 69 corridor improvements, $2 million.
So just quickly, I understand about Southwest 9th because we didn't get the grant funding, but we have to repair the road.
Correct. These,
Okay. I mean, the road is
These last
almost
two-
unpassable.
Yes. The last two absolutely still need to get done to a degree, and we've got to figure out what can we afford and when. So
I know there's some markings on there now. I don't know what that's from, but I mean, if everything that's marked on there gets fixed, it would be much better. So I don't know exactly what they're doing. But
So, yeah, and I think the part of this too is it kind of plays into how we approach the 28 as well. Any projects that want to get added or removed would allow us to, if it gets added, then we'd have to incorporate that as how does that affect the possible debt levy to pay for that piece beyond what we are currently modeling.
But to your point, Councilman, we'll find out from engineering
Yeah.
what the paint is reflecting
Yeah,
of the actual project or not.
I mean, basically, like from Loomis to Leach, it is really. I mean, we have to do something because otherwise, I mean, you're basically everyone is driving in the middle 2 lanes going this way,
Right.
Because you can't travel on the other ones. There's so many holes and even the middle lanes are really bad.
back when the East 6th and East 7th Penn Avenue justification report. I remember 2 years ago, there was an open house in DOT and the city was there with all their plans. Are you saying that's scrapped now?
So what this project allowed
Delayed.
for, yeah,
Okay,
was the report, to prepare the report to make those
okay,
changes that were may have been
Okay.
presented at that time.
got it.
I'll add some context.
Oh, thanks, Steve. Do you remember that meeting? We had it at Carver Elementary and,
So regarding E6, E7?
Yes.
Yep. So what that is, yeah, we had some open houses as part of a overall study in how to improve the E6 and E7th Penn Avenue corridors and really provide better connectivity from the neighborhoods to the north,
Yes.
across the interstate and into historic East Village. The next step to make that happen, one of the improvements was to improve the off-ramps from I-235.
Yes.
Because if you notice, when you get on Second Avenue, you're getting onto I-235 from Second Avenue, it's kind of a short transition from when people are trying to get off onto E6. So we would actually move the ramp to E7 to provide more of a gap.
I
And
remember
then
that
make
now.
E6 more of a connecting road to the neighborhoods to the north. The next step to do that, to move forward, would be to do what's called an intersection justification report, which would be working with the DOT on how to do those changes. And so that's just the next phase of that project. So it would,
okay,
yeah, so-
delayed.
Yep, delayed.
Okay.
yeah.
So Steve, while you're there, you might as well go on to the next one, the US 69 corridor improvements. So is that Mari or?
That's not Mari. That is the Mari, the US 69 and Mari project. That actually is a separate. It actually is kept in a separate sheet in the CIP.
Yeah,
This would be the DOT did an entire corridor study, and so there's a lot more to do. And so this would be for future projects, continuing to make safety improvements along the US 69 corridor. That was what this money was for. And so essentially, after the Mara intersection, there would not.
So even if the state has their money for it, do we have to put in a match? Is that how 69 is going to get improved?
For the safety geometric improvements, typically we have had to lead and match, so it's a shared effort. Like the US.
Aren't they fixing the bridge over the Des Moines River too, as you go further to the south from Mari?
They're replacing the bridge, but that's kind of more of a maintenance. But in terms of like the geometric safety stuff, where we're changing and making safety improvements, typically we have had to lead and match and partner with the DOT on those type of improvements. But in terms of like repaving the road and repairing bridges, replacing bridges, that's on them. But it's
and we don't have to participate in any of that you just said.
We're not participating in the maintenance stuff. No, unless there's a change we need, like with sidewalk ramps or something like that. Sometimes we partner with that aspect of things.
So it's only the safety concerns. If we have safety concerns of 69 and we want to change, like we are in Mari, because we've had so many accidents, then we would have to participate in funding that at some level.
Yes, correct.
And connecting roads is oftentimes shared, right? Cost.
The side streets. Yeah, that plays into it too as well. Yep.
So are we on Mari? Are we putting in the new side street that they're going to put in to connect?
That project, we're really just splitting it. So with
we're paying half of that
the whole project. Yep, roughly half. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
thank you.
You bet.
Moving on to the significant CIP projects in the bridge improvements category, Southwest 9th Street Bridge over Raccoon River, estimate of $10 million. About half of that is TIF bonds and the other is federal and gaming funds. City facility or building improvements would be the next category. City facility and armory replacement phase 2, just above 16 million of that project cost is new GO bond issuances. Total project cost for that is $20.8 million. We just discussed also the Fire Station 12 estimate of $16 million to be GO bond funded. Underneath the miscellaneous improvements category, we have public safety communications system replacement of $9.9 million. It's another GEO bond funded project providing for replacement and upgrade of public safety hand and car radios. At the time of, or the planned timing of this project, the existing system and equipment will be 10 years old, which is about the end of its expected useful life. Underneath park and trail improvements, we have Reichart Community Recreation Center, $17.6 million. Much of that balances carry over from ARPA and lost dollars and some GEO bond funding. Year to date, we've spent $9.9 million, and we are getting closer to opening. Late April, I believe, is still the target date. Birdland Marina and Park, $13.6 million. $4 million of lost and GEO bonds. $4 million of lost dollars were carried forward in some GEO bond funding. We expect to have $2 million more of additional lost funding. State and federal grants of $6 million and an additional 1.15 of GEO bond funding. Swimming pools and aquatic infrastructure, $9 million over the fiscal years 26 through 30. Fiscal year 2028 is when we start the critical repair improvements that we presented last year during the budget cycle. What's included in this capital plan is fiscal year 28 for Northwest Family Aquatic Center, $1.8 million. Fiscal year 29, Nahas Family Aquatic Center of just under $1 million. Fiscal year 30, expenditures of $3.2 million for Birdland Pool. And then beyond the plan years in fiscal year 31, $1.6 million for Teach Out and $3.1 for Ashworth in fiscal year 32. So all in, the total investment for all the critical repairs at all 5 facilities, $10.7 million.
So that's an example of like the level of detail. The CIP has the high level, but never breaks down the amounts for specific pools, really. So it'd just be helpful to have like the project detail in there like that, since we have that information, and that's a pretty important.
Some of that information, I'm not sure. I'd have to look back to the document itself. It may include that on the detailed sheet. No, that number's not going to align or match exactly, because also within that project we have those ongoing expenses, which annually it's hard to predict sometimes what's going to break down or need attention. So
it's just like the list of big budgeted items, like having that. Like I think you can kind of piece together some of it, but it's not. It's one of those, and maybe I'll meet separately with Nick to go over some of this in terms of. I feel like some of the level of detail that we're providing here could be in the actual budget book.
we'll take a look at that.
So the East Army Post Road, and I'm glad we have such a significant investment, but what's the plan to incentivize development once we invest over $15 million in that area? I mean, this is a place where our city could grow. I mean, it's green space. How do we get development there now? If we're going to have, finally, we're going to have sewer, we're going to have water, we're going to have new roads and infrastructure there on Army Post. Nice roundabout, maybe 2 roundabouts in there eventually. So tell me what our plan is to, okay, we're putting our marbles right there, and I'm hoping that, that we've got to try to get some significant development
Right.
there.
And part of that's the certification through the
We do
state.
have that certification site, and
Yep.
it's sitting there, and
Right.
it's been certified for almost a year now, and it's the only one in our,
Yeah.
and but we haven't.
So the challenge, and we
We
can,
actually lost one to one of our suburban friends that was going to go there.
Yep. Yep. So and I think this could be brought back as well, and worthy of it.
I think we
because
should.
this is an investment far beyond what we just see on that line item.
Yes.
Right. And so we can absolutely bring that back as a specific topic for economic development. But I would tell you generally, as is the challenge with all economic development, it's working with those private owners, which I would say we have good partnership with Ryan Companies on the property that was certified, and other good relationships. But then there are some farmers along there as well.
Absolutely.
And so we can bring forward what that strategy looks like, and
Okay.
there is no doubt that we are adding value, right, by having the infrastructure now in place. So I would tell you it is very ripe for that opportunity.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you.
The significant projects in the streets category for street construction, we have the Southeast Connector, $63.2 million of investment in fiscal years 26 through 30. Substantial portion of that is federal grants and TIF bonds. Market District infrastructure improvements of $25.3 million. That is also funded with TIF bonds. Street reconstruction projects, McKinley Avenue improvements, $10.5 million. Roadway reconstruction on 2nd Avenue, $10.1 million in the current budget and plan. There's many different funding sources for that project, including Des Moines Waterworks, TIF bonds, state grants, and enterprise fund dollars. Douglas Avenue, Merle Hay to ML King, $12.6 million. That's a combination of federal and GEO bond funding. East Army Post Road, Southeast 14th to Southeast 36th corridor, $15.6 million project cost in the current plan. And that also is federal and GEO bond funded. And finally, the Ingersoll Streetscape of $9.3 million. That's funded through TIF bonds, and I believe we're on the final phase of the span from 31st to 42nd Street.
Connector, how much of congressional money did we get? I know that we had some help, but didn't we get? That's really, we've been very fortunate.
Moving on to the ongoing CIP projects, as mentioned earlier, in our current, the fiscal year 27 recommended CIP budget, there's $47.3 million from all funding sources that support the ongoing CIP projects. In most cases, these ongoing costs represent minor improvements and repairs for existing infrastructure. Bridge improvements, citywide bridges, $250,000 annually for minor repairs and rehabilitation of city bridges. Fire equipment acquisition, $3.9 million annually for the replacement of major fire apparatus. So that's the engines, trucks, ambulances, and the specialized emergency response vehicles. This does not include vans, automobiles, and the other vehicles that are not routinely dispatched for emergencies. Underneath the library, we have the library collection additions and replacements of $900,000 annually. That provides for audio materials, videos, electronic media, and actual physical books. Library building improvements, $630,000. That includes major repairs and improvements at Central Library as well as the other branch locations. Examples of that work are concrete ceiling, bathroom remodels, and window replacements. Under the miscellaneous improvements category, we have IT network and security improvements, $1 million, and that's for the continued replacement and upgrade of city IT systems, fiber optic and wireless networks, data storage and servers, cybersecurity, things of that nature. The city tree replacement fund, $305,000 annually, provides for the replacement of trees when they're unavoidably removed during public construction projects. Vacant residential property redevelopment, $100,000, provides for acquisition, demolition, or rehabilitation of abandoned or blighted structures. Land acquisition, $1.1 million. This provides for land acquisition opportunities throughout the city when properties become available. We may use these properties for projects. They may be resold or developed. DICO site improvements, $250,000. This funds the various responsibilities that the city has for maintaining that site. And also at the top there, we had $2.2 million of contributions to NDC, NFC, and the Public Art Foundation.
So I just want to note, and I don't know if I'm going to steal my colleague's thunder on this one because I heard him react to it too, but the $100,000 for vacant residential property redevelopment, I mean, it's just, this is not a criticism. It's just, dang it, like, you know, it's throwing a, what's the, you know, it's pebble into the sea. Yeah. I mean, it's, you know, and it's frustrating because I would rather see a more robust investment there, but I know that we're limited in terms of what we can do.
And one thing I wanted to point out with the land acquisition piece as well, those are actually based off of land sales that we've done as well. So that's not where we're actually issuing bonds for the land acquisitions. Those are based off of carryover funds from land sales that we've done from the city as well. So it's just opportunities of kind of sale of land and purchasing of land that kind of is where we're at. And we've used some of the funds in there for different projects. So some of the work that we're doing in the phase 2 for this building is actually coming out of land acquisition as well.
So,
I could just make a comment how important the NDC and NFC contributions are. I love that both of these organizations are working very closely with InvestDSM, and it's really wonderful to see all three organizations collaborating and working together to make our neighborhoods better. So I just want to give a shout out to them because everybody is working really well together.
so if a ladder truck costs the fire department $2.3 million, then what can you do with $3.9 million? And
yeah, so that's all of the different emergency vehicles that they have with ambulances as well. And those are primarily funded through GEMT funds or the ground, I can't remember the...
Ground emergency transportation.
Yeah. So those fees are based off of a calculation that we do on like Medicaid calls. And so with that 3.9 is the annual allocation to it. And so they can carry forward and replace what's needed in any given time. So they do have carryover funds, especially with delays that we've seen in some of the purchases of vehicles of that size and only having two main vendors on the fire truck side. It's more of an allocation being able to replace what they need to replace.
okay.
So.
And I don't know if our almost brand new chief knows, but how far ahead do you have to place your order for with I mean, it's crazy times.
Mayor, Council, Jonathan Lund, Fire Chief. So the 3.9 million, as Nick said, it goes towards apparatus purchases out several years. Right now, we're roughly 3.5 years for the ladder truck, the 100-footer.
The planning, you have to place your order
We have to
3.5
place an
years?
Order 3.5 years before we want to receive it. Our fire engines are 2 years out. The really good news here is we've been proactive. So we went to Ohio last week to spec out 2 new engines and a ladder truck that are fiscal year 27 and 28 purchases. So we have been planning ahead of this. We've got 7 ambulances on order right now. We're waiting for those to be delivered. We have another fire suppression apparatus that was ordered 6 or 8 months ago that we expect to receive in 36 months. So it's
And Chief,
but
and with an additional fire station, will we have the equipment?
yeah. So our CIP for fire apparatus projects out replacement of every apparatus, and we actually have one put in there for Station 12 and an ambulance for Station 12. So we've planned for that, and that number represents that plan.
Not that you guys aren't known for good planning, but thank you. That's reassuring. Thank you.
They do very well in their allocation of the funds to plan that out because of the delays that we've been seeing over the last several years.
So with Station 12, not only are we going to need the equipment, but we're also going to need staffing. And so would we be looking at another SAFER grant to do that at that time?
I think we're considering all of those options, and I'll continue to work with the city manager and finance on how we can be ready to open Station 12 with people in it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to the municipal building improvements, the ongoing projects within that category. We have building re-roofing of $150,000 annually. That's preventive maintenance, emergency repairs, and replacement of all city building roofs. Energy conservation of $150,000. This provides for completing energy efficiency studies in buildings and other city facilities to purchase and install replacement energy efficient equipment. Fire facility improvements, $651,000. This would be improvements of all fire occupied facilities, so maintenance at the stations. This project is primarily funded through the GEMT dollars, so the Ground Emergency Medical Transportation Funding. HVAC, electrical, and plumbing improvements of $250,000. So maintenance of all the mechanical systems, electrical and plumbing systems also in all this city's municipal buildings. Municipal building improvements, $700,000. This just provides for the ongoing general maintenance and repairs of all city facilities. In the event that offices need to be reconfigured for more efficient workflow, just any other necessary improvements for operations. Police facility improvements, $775,000. This would be improvement of all police occupied facilities. The police station is a dated facility, so a lot of maintenance and minor improvements go into keeping that building open. Getting into the park and trail improvements, cemetery improvements of $500,000 annually. That's for the maintenance, repairs, and improvements to the city's 8 cemeteries, which includes the Masonic Cemetery, recently acquired. Grays Lake Park improvements, $150,000. That provides for enhanced native landscaping, general improvements across, throughout the park, and miscellaneous signage renovations. Park building improvements of $255,000. That would be for maintenance and improvements to the existing shelters, open air shelters, restrooms, and other buildings within the city's park system. Park improvements of $1 million provides for upgrade and renovation of amenities in the parks, such as sports courts, landscaping, park signage, and other miscellaneous.
How many
Park
how many courts can you do for the $1 million?
Not very many.
But it includes
And
the other pieces.
The sports courts are only a portion of that 1 million. I think we have allocated 150,000. Is that 200,000 would be included for sports courts within that 1 million.
Okay.
Park infrastructure, 1.45 million. This is to provide for the upgrade, renovation, and restoration of parking lots, roads, sidewalks, and utilities within the park system, cemeteries, and other open spaces. There's nearly 24 miles of park and cemetery roads that would be included in this project. Playground improvements, $875,000. That provides for the ongoing maintenance, repairs, and improvements to the park's playgrounds, replacing structures and equipment which has reached the end of its life cycle. And then we also do have a small bit of funding allocated to address vandalism that happens in the park system, or the playgrounds specifically. Principal park improvements. This project is actually maintained or managed by the facilities group within the city manager's office, but we still classify it as a park for reporting purposes. But the $246,000 accounts for general park repairs and infrastructure that we do on an annual basis. Principal Riverwalk maintenance, $375,000. This is for miscellaneous small repairs with pavers, fixture replacements, and other park improvements. Recently have finished or are finishing the rotation of major paver replacements and balustrade improvements. Sports complexes, $225,000 for the maintenance related to the baseball, soccer, softball, and general use recreation fields. So these are would include also upgrades to the major sports complexes, James County baseball and soccer, and George Davis softball park. Spray ground improvements of $600,000. The annual expenditures would include surfacing, replacing different elements of the play equipment at those locations, controllers, and other mechanical, electrical, or plumbing repairs that were necessary. Swimming pools and aquatic infrastructure, $460,000 annually. This is to repair and replace different plumbing repairs, mechanical systems, caulking, pool painting, slide restorations, and other pool fixture replacements of the 3 aquatic centers and 2 swimming pools. Trail improvements, $786,000. This counts or provides for the planning, design, development, repair, and replacement related to the over 79 miles of paved multi-use trails, 25 trail bridges, and 21 miles of soft surface trails. And lastly, on this list, urban conservation of $300,000. This provides for the implementation of ecologically based park management practices, park management plans, interpretive signage at natural areas, water quality in ponds, and natural landscape and improvement plans. Yes.
What kind of, with the loss of a park planner that we no longer have, how will these projects be delayed? Will they be on time? You know, when we talk about the parks, cemeteries, and roads, I know that we have looked at Grandview Park was to have improvements made. Is the loss of a park planner going to delay our projects? City manager. I mean, it just seems if we don't have somebody able to work on it, that we're going to have some delays.
Moines City Council, Page, Parks and Recreation Director. To answer the question, we did lose 20% of the staff. And so we're currently right now scrambling, but we'll get done in a week ahead or two to look at all the projects that are going to happen in the next 2 years. We're using a little bit of logic, like if there was grant dollars that have a delivery date that we have to hit, those will have to stay. But we will have to take the entire park system, so all the wards, and we're gonna have to rebalance the ability to now do that with 4 people instead of 5 people. So we'll get that together. We'll work with the city manager's office. We'll share with you all what's gonna get delayed and what can stay on. But yes, there will be projects that have to get pushed just because we can't get to them.
Thank you.
So, with that being said, Scott, I guess my question would be, okay, we've agreed you're taking away a park planner, but wouldn't that go down to like different departments also, since there's going to be less projects? So that would be, we would need maybe one less engineer. We would need maybe, those are the type of things that if you're taking away this and the inability to do certain projects, then that means you're not going to need others down the line that do these projects. So
that's
my question to you is you've decided to take away one park planner, but nothing other than that with some of the other departments. And I guess just an explanation of why that wasn't also in there, since we're going to have less projects. I mean, it's going to be time delayed. And so,
Scott, can I just add one comment quick before you go? Sorry. Early on in the presentation, we looked at total expenditures by category, and this will be in your books too, but just as a natural progression of future planning in the parks area, the CIP dollars were going down, whereas some of the other areas were not seeing that same level of reduction. So naturally, there are less projects to address in the future years.
I think it would be, thank you for that, Jessica, because that's exactly right. I think it'd be helpful, we can provide the chart that shows we ramped up the park spending purposely with the additional ARPA funding and even a little bit of sales tax, and including Birdland Marina and others, right? And so years ago, when we did that, we knew there was the bubble, the extra. That's where the pressure was to find additional staff to get that done. So we added the park planner 4 years ago, maybe, Ben? Does that sound right? 3 or 4 years?
4 years.
4 years ago, sound about right?
5, somewhere in that range.
To handle that extra. And so that's part of the discussion. And because of that, I felt comfortable making that move at that point. But you are right that with the discussion that's in front of us for 28 and the years beyond that, there are additional adjustments that are going to be necessary. Part of that will be on the demand and the supply side. So it will be what can be handled by the remaining park planners and what can we afford from the budgetary standpoint. We'll have to work through that to figure that out. But it will impact more than just parks. We know it'll impact libraries. We know it'll impact engineering with street projects.
So we'll have that discussion
that robust
after this budget, and then that'll be part of some of our workshops that we're going to have on Mondays, or maybe a special workshops. But we are going to have those type of
multiple discussions with the public.
Okay.
In that regard.
And it'd be helpful. I love the survey that you did, but, you almost pitted like police against parks, which one's more important, or parks against libraries, which one's more important. So maybe with a survey, you could say, tell me your top 3 priorities, like out of the parks department, or, what do you want to see out of the police, instead of trying to pit, okay, residents, pick which ones you want to think's better. Do you want library hours? That survey that you had, I mean, I thought it was good, but I think it needs to be done maybe a little bit differently as we go forward and engage with the public.
Fair enough. And that is intended.
Okay.
That is part of the plan. So if you don't mind, we'll talk more about
Yeah,
that
yeah.
in about 15 minutes. Actually.
Oh, okay.
It's the next
Can I
topic.
just say one last quick thing? I just want to say that we are very grateful. We've had some really good years with the additional dollars in ARPA. And as you've seen, we have a park system that's 125 years old. And so I want to at least set the table to say that these are great amounts, but we will not keep up. The next round of playground removals will happen with, again, not enough funding the next round of sports courts. So you have a hard job as council members, but expect more removals than we can keep up with replacements too. That goes as part of the, expectations that we talk to the community.
That goes back to the all long range. When you build something, you have to build in the maintenance part of it. Or maybe you don't do it.
And we've come a long way. Engineering's been very helpful, like on sports courts. We're doing additional technology and pavement conditions and pavement applications to make them last 30, 40 years instead of what we saw from the 80s and 90s, right? Those cost more money to do it that way too. So just something to make sure we think about all the angles. So.
Is this an accurate statement that the Parks Department is the only department that has a Friends of organization that helps raise libraries also? Thank you. To help raise significant monies.
Yes, thank you.
That we
They've
can't
done,
afford.
in 2007, they started and they raised 3,500, and I think last year they processed over $4 million in additional dollars. So all volunteers, one paid staff, again, on their own dollar, so.
Yeah, that's tough to duplicate.
That's for sure.
We appreciate
That out of all of them.
So one of the questions, and this is maybe a change in presentation, but I'll give a hot button issue that we still had a line item that I could point to in last year's budget book. I don't know where it is this year. I think it's in the general park improvements, but Harmon Park, where we haven't figured out, we removed the tennis courts. There was at least a $200,000 line item for something in Harmon Park in last year's CIP. I could actually point to that line item. Park improvements, for example.
Correct.
It's somewhere in there, but again, this goes back to my constant theme of having like that detail where we previously had things, and I know maybe this is because folks are wanting to shift things around or want more flexibility, but it would be nice to know the specific projects, and since we have a number of those things kind of identified, which courts are next in line for replacement, even if, we can have that discussion about what actually happens, but if it's not in there and we don't know that list, how do we have that discussion? And for the folks, because I'm going to a neighborhood association meeting tomorrow night where I know Harmon Park is going to come up, what do I tell them? I can't even point to a page number, although I will also note there aren't page numbers in this book. Like that makes it really hard to use.
That was
a printer issue.
Okay.
So apologize for that.
But I can't even point to.
No, it's by design so we can give it to our favorite council member, and each year we turn it around. No, the real story is there's 3 different categories that are purposely generic. I've been here, this is my 19th year, and different councils have liked this differently, so it's kind of fascinating to hear your comments. Like, we've had project-specific sheets per park, and then as we downsized, we went into more generic accounts, so park improvements, park buildings. And each year, I make sure I have the list of where we are going. And then if the priorities change at the council level, then I can have that same allotment, again, using Harmon Park as the example. If I'm told by the city manager that's the top priority, then we move whatever other park it was out another year and advance that park. So it's the same dollars and they're there. It's just a matter of what is it. And then Harmon Park's a very unique example. Is it going to be a sports court? Is it going to be a spray ground? Is it going to be a shelter? There are funds dedicated to different things within the infrastructure. So that 1.45 million and the improvements, the 1 million. Again, some flexibility. And we do know what we want to do for 2026 calendar year and 27. But after that, it's hard to keep up with what's going to be here because our budget does this too, right? So
to his point, is the $200,000 still in there for that sports court or not?
the money is there that could be used for that, but it's not.
Is there other
We're not
priorities?
planning to do anything
Right.
Harmon in 2020.
But if you know, other community partners stepped up and said, you know, we'll match that if you do X, you know, to that, that's still available.
So those conversations for me start with Scott. Scott starts with the community, and then he tells me, and we work together with finance, and we figure it out.
To his point, if he's able to get additional funding for that site, is the $200,000 still available
It is.
for that site if he needs to use it like as a match or something, you know, a partner with a private or another public entity that wants to maybe do another tennis court there or a pickleball
It's a
court.
timing question, right? So if you tell me at the beginning of a fiscal year before we started working on a project and already have staff charges to that account, let's just again use sports courts as an example because that's what Harmon was.
Yes.
If I knew at the beginning of that fiscal year that was a priority, it's much easier and much more efficient on the tax dollar to do it that way. But if it's halfway through the year, we would ask to make it the following fiscal year.
Okay.
So it's in there today. But one of the difficult conversations is how much does the council want to put into tennis courts generally? And separately, how much do you want to put into pools and the different categories of the parks, right?
That's where that survey needs to come.
Yes. And that's where then you can decide if there is one new tennis court every other year that we're able to afford, and that's the decision. Then it can be, okay, Harmon Park's probably the first, and then.
But we've got to get that message out to the people that we represent, because it's not my decision what we want to do in Ward 4 or what, you know, Josh wants to do in Ward 3. It's what our residents want. So we've got to figure out a way to engage in them.
Yeah.
Especially now, because it's not going to be status quo.
Correct.
Going forward after this budget.
Correct.
Okay.
And we've got a couple of slides after CIP to talk about that.
If we can, we're almost done with
I got you.
Scott has
Really quickly. Really quickly. But Ben, when would we see the list of what's going to be done in each year?
So what we would do is as soon as you know that you're adopting the budget, I can show you this. Like I can show you ahead of time too, like what the playground is in those categories, what the spray ground is, what the trail work is, and it's actually listed in the narrative. You'll see. So in our project sheets, there'll be a specific sheet for, those are a couple examples, but there's others. You can see what the project sheet is. It'll tell you, like in your ward, trails, Central Place Levy 2 is the next trail project. So that's in there.
Okay.
And call me if you have any questions on any of it, so.
So at the end of the day, how much more would you need? I mean, I'm just saying, when you get, we're up here talking about one part, okay?
Right.
And in overall, we're saying this is how much you can have, because then we're going to get in this discussion of whose part gets it first.
No,
And you only got 200,000, but you really need $1 million. Or are they still not going to be? I mean, I think at this level of what we need to do, I mean, we can get into it, but I go, I'm just saying that 200,000 doesn't go very far. And even if you matched it, what is that match going to be, and what is the total cost? And so as far as the operating budget of what we're trying to do, we give them, and then we can figure it out, you know, let the staff figure out what the priorities along with our residents.
How much is it to replace Harmon, the tennis courts that were there?
Two courts are about $400,000 today with the current pavement technology we're using. It gets us a longer lifespan.
Is it the same for pickleball?
But that's just the court.
Same.
Really close to that. Pickleball, if I only built, but I wouldn't recommend pickleball. It's a little bit shorter space, not by much. You might as well go ahead and get tennis because then you get two sports for what little extra cost there is. So
Okay.
I'm just saying that this is the discussion at what level
wondered.
do we get into it. So not that it is an important place or items to talk about, but I don't know if.
I bet that question will come up tomorrow.
It will come up tomorrow. And last year there was a line item in the budget book that I could point to, and there's just not a line item this year.
I think it's, well,
I mean, we've like taken a level of detail out again. I mean, I get it, but just it's different.
Something else this year. It's not there anymore. It's going to get correct.
I think that would be the fact is that right now, the way the budget is, that it could be.
27, right? It could be used for another project. That 200,000. It's not guaranteed to stay in that category for Harmon Park, is what you're saying now.
Right. We said we'd come back and talk about it this spring.
Right, but we had the we had the 200,000. It wasn't necessarily tennis courts. It was allocated to the park. If it was an open air shelter was the other alternative, so that it wasn't just empty land. There was something there.
And as a quick reminder, Ben's schedule will also indicate when facilities will have met their lifespan and which ones are going to have to come out or be replaced.
Right.
It's not all just new. Nothing lasts forever.
I have another question, and this is maybe a little in the weeds, but one of the things when we talk about overall maintenance, and one of the things that we are going to need to look at as a council, are there things we could do differently to reduce maintenance? And one thing that stuck out was the 24 miles of Park and Cemetery Road. And my question is, particularly with cemeteries, can we start eliminating some of those roads to save both maintenance and operational budget? And one of the things I think we were talking about, we didn't have it last year, but we're going to have more cell phone data. Would that be something that we would be able to understand, like usage on those roads, so that maybe if there's segments of road that could just be taken out and just turned to green space rather than, how do we think about that as part of a long-term?
Yeah, very, very creative idea, and we've looked at a lot of things, including this. So the answer would be most likely yes, you could take lots or roads out. There are some cemeteries that have historic preservation designations that probably would be a different level of review and approval. And then really it comes down to, what does this governing body want to take politically, right? Because we sold people lots, kind of like in a development. I always use that as an example, is the corner lot's worth more money, closer to the street's worth more money. That's how we price them. So folks would probably come to you to say, hey, that's not how you sold this to me, and I thought this would be like this forever, right? I'm sure you've heard that before in other examples in the city. So I think you can, and we could eliminate roads, and we could turn that into additional burial sites or just green space, but it becomes on your shoulders after that for the politics side of this.
Yeah,
We can look at all that and determine, but go ahead.
I think these are all like great comments, and I think those conversations are things that we need to be, kind of making that mental list in our minds to talk about this summer. But I'm gonna keep moving us along here. So thanks, Mr. Voss. Got a couple more slides here, and then we're almost to a lunch break. In the streets ongoing projects, we have quite a list of annual maintenance that we expect to incur. So active transportation, $750,000, includes improvements associated with multimodal transportation, such as walking, bicycling, and transit. Asphalt improvements, $1.4 million. That's for partial and full depth patching, surface milling, and hot mix asphalt overlay on residential and arterial streets. Concrete street and curb rehabilitation of $2 million. Lost street improvements of $6 million. That's just tracking of those projects, street improvements that are funded through lost funds only. Lead water services, $150,000. This funding is to help us identify and address lead and galvanized water services on construction projects where pavement was recently removed and replaced. Pedestrian crossing improvements, $1.3 million. This includes all pedestrian crossing improvements throughout the city, and whether that be, or could include traffic signals as well. Roadway reconstruction, $1.8 million. That's for the removal and replacement of failed portions or entire sections of Portland cement, concrete, and brick streets. Roadway rehabilitation, collector, and residential, $4.25 million. This is the continuation of the Public Works 5-year plan to pave and rehabilitate residential and collector streets. Sidewalks, $2.7 million. This provides for constructing new sidewalks to fill sidewalk gaps in the city, replace deteriorated sidewalks and ramps, those damaged by city activities, street trees, and sidewalk for residents that qualify for income subsidies. Skywalk system, $1.35 million. It's for ongoing maintenance of the Skywalk district in this downtown area. Traffic signals and street lighting, $1.7 million. Includes traffic signal improvements throughout the city, and includes reconstruction of the traffic signal infrastructure, upgrading city-owned streetlight fixtures to LED fixtures, and also we've included the railroad, street crossings, and crossing signals in this category. Traffic studies and traffic calming, $600,000. Traffic system operation improvements, $2 million. This is the upgrade of the intelligent transportation system infrastructure, which is the traffic signal controllers, management software, observation camera system, and all the other components of that system. It also does include citywide installation and upgrade of the 425 plus traffic signals that are interconnected with fiber. And lastly on the list, Vision Zero initiatives, $500,000. This funding provides for the focus on low cost, high impact strategies on the high injury network that were identified through the Vision Zero effort. I know I just went through those really quickly, so if there are any questions, okay, seeing none, we'll move on. So I think there's a lot of takeaways from this discussion this morning, but key takeaways that I think just worth mentioning. Again, we just talked about all those ongoing projects. They do take up a substantial portion of CIP, the annual capacity we have to issue debt to maintain the assets we have. Some identified needs will lead to a projected debt service levy increase in fiscal years 28 through 30. And also for projects that we want to add to the CIP, we either need to identify non-debt service funding sources. And if that's not an option, there's going to be delays in those projects or maybe even change of project scope. So any new project at this point would be an increase of the debt levy. So we'll leave that with any questions. I know we did have a question earlier on the Southeast Connector funding. Of the 61 million total project, 74% of that was from federal dollars, so $45 million. Don't recall who answered or asked that question. Linda. So.
It seems as though the capital improvement, you had it by departments, but you also had it by ward. But I don't see that anymore.
Not in our CIP plan, but the projects sheets actually do have award reference.
You're right. Like I'm looking at one for the DICO site, but it says Ward 2. But DICO's not in Ward 2.
That should be Ward 3.
I don't know. There's no page number.
Maybe 3.
Capital Improvement Plan, Des Moines, Iowa, DICO site improvements. It's about that far in, but it says Ward 2.
Okay. Any other questions?
With that, we will hand it over to Scott for a couple slides.
Did you get this down to 2 slides, or was it just the one?
It's 2 slides. Yep.
2. Okay. We've already talked about a lot of this.
We're gonna do this.
Yeah. This is only. Again, I don't want to confuse people that the challenge we have ahead of us. We brought it up several times this morning, but I wanted to give a timeline to it so we understood that nearly immediately after approval of the 27 budget CIP, we jump right into the next cycle. And so this gives you what the timeline expectation would be. You will be approving the budgets in early April, as long as we're able to stick to that schedule. And hopefully the legislative session will also end in late April, possibly early May. And rumor has it there might be some changes up there in the property tax rules. And so we obviously aren't waiting. Every new idea on legislative property taxes we're analyzing and trying to work through. But we really need to put a clock on ourselves. And so by mid to late May, we want to be able to provide not only the council, but the public, what we think our following year's budget gap is going to look like. So within a matter of weeks after legislators have convened and finished up, we will give you our best estimate at that time, understanding that that gap analysis will be updated at least twice over the 6 months that follow that. Okay, so we can't wait to get the best estimates. We need to get started, so we will have the best amount of information we've got for you in that mid to late May. Then early June, just a few weeks after that, we will provide a list of potential cuts, both operating and capital, that start the conversation of these are some ideas that have come up, and I've added 2 from just this morning. We'll continue to add ideas and opportunities. We will even, as the second bullet point says, ask the public for additional cut ideas. At the same time, however, we will allow for potential for ads, right? Because we acknowledge that city services need to evolve with what the needs are of our residents. So it's quite possible that there are some new ads that are just as important, if not more important, than what we're doing today. So we don't want to shut that door completely. It's just the acknowledgement that it will be difficult, right? Next slide, and then unless there's a specific about that piece.
Well, I guess in terms of the budget update, and I know we anticipate, we know right now, just based on the current, the current property tax system where they have that cap, I mean, we're anticipating, I think I've heard you say numbers of, in next year's budget, at least an $8 million gap. And that number could fluctuate. We're not positive, but we know it's not going to go down to 0. It's not going to go down to 4 or 5 even, right? I mean,
correct. That's the magnitude we're dealing with.
We know today that after we do this year's budget, which is tough, that we're facing probably in the magnitude of 8 million. If the legislature makes changes, it could be even more than that from a gap perspective. That's an accurate?
It's in the magnitude, but that's not the tagline. We're not going to talk about that number that much. It's a large number.
You know exactly, you don't know what it is.
No, and that's the point.
I
That's
think-
not even the focus, right? I don't
just
want to
need to know that
get
it's
too
gonna
far
be-
ahead of ourselves. I
We
wanna
know
be
there's
able
going to have to be reductions at this point
Yes.
based on what we know now.
That is in the magnitude of what I would expect.
Right. I mean, it's just in terms of when we go out there and talk with the public, like we don't know exactly what it's going to be, but we know it's bad.
Yes.
And we can communicate, like, I guess, I think it would be helpful, even though we don't know the exact number, to just be projecting out a year just from a transparency perspective. And knowing, I think you kind of mentioned, like, maybe treat it like the revenue estimating committee at the Capitol. I think that would be a good approach to just track that over time. So we know what's coming. We know it's rough, and we can just communicate and have that benchmark. So I like the idea of the updates every 6 months. I just think we should start that now.
Yeah. And I hope you can appreciate that throwing a number out there confuses people when a month later you have to change the number, right? And so I want the first number to be talked about to have the knowledge of how did the legislative cycle finish out and what are those impacts. That's when we should be talking about
Well-
the new number and what that looks like.
Right, but also at the same time, having a number today, and if they make changes, and it changes because of what they've done, it's a little easier to connect those dots as well.
Okay. Next slide, please. So that leads us into all the public discussions. We have additional surveys you'll see that we're going to put out there. We're actually talking about trying the surveys in different ways. So we'll take your input on how to adjust on that. We have some new tools available, but you're right.
Similar to what we did for the public input this last go round.
But with adjustments that have been talked about where maybe there are 5, 6, or even 7 options to choose from to get that broader opportunity to compare and repeat that over whatever number of times we need to get to the final answer. So essentially, that's where the meat of the conversations are going to be is over the summer, leading up to late summer, August, early September, the second analysis. I've chosen that date working with finance because we should have a fairly good idea of where the valuations, the property tax values are going to be, and that's helpful. And then continue the discussions, refine what we think the solutions are, acknowledging that different than years past, the options that will be discussed go beyond what solving the budget takes. Let me repeat that. It won't be this is what it takes to solve the budget in the cuts, but rather the target that we need to meet and a bunch of options that go beyond that. So you do not, the public will not have to choose, the council will not have to choose all of the options. You're going to be able to say, that goes too far, don't cut that, and choose other options from the list. Does that make sense? That is a very different process than what we've had in the past. Yeah. And well, part of that discussion will be how far into the future are you trying to solve? Because if the reality that we're given with new property tax laws are that we are, let's call it 1 or 1.5% short every year on every budget because they don't allow us to even grow by inflation, right? If that is the case, there's a policy decision to be made of, do you really want to have this same process every year that is very laborious and difficult, or do you want to solve for 2 years or even 3 at the most, maybe, to be able to say, okay, this is our good year, bad year type of rotation again. There's going to be that. So have that in the back of your minds that depending on what the final answer is with the rules, we may the group may decide to solve 2 or 3 years at a time. Finally, in November, we think we can come back with the best gap analysis that'll be available at that time. And really, the hard decisions have to be made in November. At that point, you should know all the parameters, variables, options, and hopefully the council can coalesce around what the solution will be, because there's still a lot of work on the finance side and with the departments. Every cut is a service level impact. And so we owe it to the department directors to be able to bring that forward. We think we know financially what it might save us, but let's make sure you know what the service level impacts are with that next cycle.
And one thing to point out as well is the property taxes aren't technically final until January.
Sure.
And depending on what might be changed with rollback in the past has been determined at the end of October, November. So this is where we're trying to get pretty close numbers. Usually in that mid to late November is when we have a pretty good idea of that where things are going to be able to give you that the best guess for finalized numbers.
All right.
I mean,
With that,
That's a lot of work.
we will be breaking for a half hour for lunch, if there's no other questions, and come back at about 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. And there should be food council behind.
Yeah, oh, it can be behind.
but take your badge if you want to get in, right?
Your places where public can talk.
That's going to be hard for me to get used to because I got to find it.
Wow, so there's to talk.
Yeah, I think it'll be with like what we did with the different ward.
You couldn't talk at those.
You
We'll go ahead and get started. We want to start with the parking. Right. I think I have, excuse me, I think.
For the City of Des Moines parking garages, here's the picture of all of them. We did include 9th and Locust on here because of the historical information on it. It did get sold in 2026, finalized. We do have the new 1200 Mulberry as well, where we purchased that during the process of getting 1200 Locust. When you look at the parking system inventory, you can see of those, we do have the 7 listed here, year built, estimated time for replacement or removal. Then we had our 2026 insured values. The only one we didn't have insured values for that time frame was the 1200 Mulberry, where we went off of the Polk County's assessment. As you kind of see, we have a total of just over 6,000 spaces within our parking garages. We have 3,500 on-street parking and 415 pay stations. As we look at the average garage occupancy for the fiscal years, you can kind of see we did have the extreme dip from COVID for fiscal year 2021. And as you can see, it's been gradually increasing each year. It still hasn't made it to the pre-COVID range, except for Park and Ride is about at that level of what we saw a little bit before COVID. This is kind of a breakout by garage. We did remove 9th and Keogh because that one we already sold, and we don't have enough information really to display the Mulberry, 1200 Mulberry yet. But you can see that there is increase on all of the occupancy on all except for the 5th and Keogh and the Center Street, which is the Park and Ride system. One of the biggest drivers on the 3rd and Court was the adding more individual parkers, and GSA moved a large group from monthly floaters to monthly preferred. So that was kind of a bigger move for that ramp. Looking at the revenue for the parking system, the blue is our parking garages revenue, and the kind of the orange is the on-street parking. And then on the right axis, we have the on-street revenue as a percentage of the total. As you can see, as we look at those numbers of occupancy and more, I think the ease of the on-street parking, that's definitely been a driver of some additional revenue on that side. And I've got a slide that kind of talks about the transactions from those kiosks as well as the mobile app that we'll get into before the end of this presentation on parking.
Nick, before you move on, have the parking rates gone up over those 5 fiscal years?
I can't remember when the last time we did the on. Do you want to go up and chat to that? Thank you, John.
And just to save me asking a second question while you're walking up here, John, the point is to figure out how this really reflects demand, not just revenue, but utilization.
All right. Good afternoon, Council and Honorable Mayor. John Davis, City Traffic Engineer. Short answer to your question, Council Member, is no. The rates have not changed. The last rate change was back, I believe, around 2017, 2018, when we not only changed the rates to 2 degrees, but we also changed the hours of operation for our on-street system to be Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. So we've not changed our rates on street. We've also not changed our rates in the garages, except for we now have the flexibility that during special events, for high demand special events, we can go up to a $20 event charge.
And thank you for the reminder about the change in hours. So, we are charging for parking for more hours than we were a handful of years ago. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so that would also impact the revenue that we're bringing in. We're charging, if we're charging for more hours, we have more.
Correct, but not within this window of
Not within that window. That was 17, 18?
That was, yes, 17, 18 was the major restructure of the on-street. I think if you're looking for some of the impacts on revenue, we're seeing a high impact on our weekends because of the various events we have downtown. The success of the farmers market, which has expanded a little bit over these last 5 years to include activities or booths on Fifth Avenue, for example, as well as other events that are occurring at the Casey Center, the Iowa Event Center, as well as elsewhere in the downtown. So that's what we're attributing a lot of that revenue increase. In this time frame, we've also seen an increase on the garage side because we've had parking at the Fifth and Walnut garage that we acquired, and that provides a lot of benefit or parking for individuals that are visiting, for example, the farmers market.
Thank you, John.
Could you, along those lines, remind me when we lowered the parking garage to $1? Was that, I mean, it was, I think after I was on council, so 17, 18, it would have been after that.
It's been more than that, Mayor. I believe it's in the 2017, 18. I came with the city in 2019, and the rates that were there at that time are what we have today.
It would have been probably the 18 timeframe then, is what you're saying, because I think it was after I was on. Okay.
Thank you, John. When we look at the on-street parking garage revenues as percentages, you can kind of see here for the 2027, about 50% of the revenue is based off of the on-street parking. Very small percentage on the rented parking spaces and other. And then each of the different parking ramps kind of show that 3 of them at that 12, 13% and a couple at that 6%. And looking at the expenditures from the parking fund side, you can kind of see that we have the operating in blue, other expenses in the red. Green is the transfers to CIP. So you can kind of see we had a larger transfer in the 23. We were wrapping up some of the more heavy maintenance work. So we kind of wrap that up and we kind of have more standardized about the same expenditures going forward from that point on. And then the debt piece that you're seeing there going forward is actually the debt that we have on the second in Grand over by the old city hall. From a comparison on the historical revenues and expenditures standpoint, you can kind of see that there's some years with deficits and some years with balanced from the revenues and expenses side. The biggest contributor there on the ones that we had the deficits in 23 and 25 were the contributions to DART. So this is where that 3 year of calculation that we have from the additional from property taxes, where I think the first year was about just under 300,000, the next one was just under 800,000, and then about 1.5 million. The payment to DART for fiscal year 24 was not invoiced to us until 25, so there was just a timing issue that should have actually been in the 24 versus the 25 actuals. It just didn't get billed in that window of time. So the pilot is based off of the insured values of those property of ours. So it's based off of the cost of what we have them as insured values, but then also based off the rates as well, that we are based off of that same calculation of the local option for the police and fire services of those facilities. So there's an alteration of the value because insurance values have kind of gone up from that perspective. And then we've had changes with the selling of a couple different garages and adding as well, because we sold 9th and Locust, but then we also purchased the 5th and Walnut, and we sold Oh, sorry, this is Park and Ride. I'm sorry. Yeah, so the valuation, I think, on the Park and Ride increased because you have not just the parking, you also have some of the commercial space as well that's in that location. So property insurance has gone up quite a bit.
So it doubled essentially. I mean, roughly looking at.
And the indirect cost type of thing. So that's the lighter blue. I think with the taking on 26 increase because of the 1200 Mulberry was a bigger, if you go back and look at
It's just Park and Ride. This slide is just Park and Ride. So 12th and Mulberry wouldn't be on here.
Yeah, I might have to look into that. I didn't notice that.
Don't think.
But the insurance did go up.
We'll get back to you on why that blue is going up.
Yeah, in the other question that I was going to ask about the Park and Ride, I mean, because in the FY25 and 23, we kind of depleted we had a balance that could only be used essentially towards transit, right?
Yeah, it was
or maybe
anything over 2.5 had to be paid to DART through the agreement that we have with the FDA, the Federal Transit Authority. And so anything over 2.5 had to go for transit, and we kicked that out to them. This was on top of that any of those funds, it made sense for the additional fund balance that we had, that we drew that down, was to pay for DART for transit services. But the DART, the piece that you're seeing there that continues in 26 and 27 is the link cost to be able to go down and link with the downtown.
Yeah, and are we replenishing that fund balance? I mean, is that going to go back up over time, or?
Right now we don't have that as we don't see that as a likelihood in the near term. So we won't be seeing an increase. As you can tell from the 26 and the 27, the revenue does not match up with the expenses. So we do have a little bit more expenses than we do have on the revenue. So there is that shortfall there. And depending on how much we can get it utilized, if there's anything that happens around there through development wise, that might actually change. But currently today, the biggest form of revenue there is the agreement that we have with Principal.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'd be curious because that fund balance issue,
we will not be
the pilot and the indirect costs are in the doubling of those is kind of what.
Yeah, so the valuation between 25 and 26 nearly doubled.
Okay.
Yeah.
It did double.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, we'll get back to you on this with the balance expectation, because I noted here, my apologies, I didn't, my understanding is DART maybe taking on the responsibility of the link with another route. And so we need to work through that for 27's numbers. So we may need to bring back that aspect of this as well.
Because if it is, from the park and ride aspect, there needs to be some sort of route that needs to be, and
Right.
currently today, that is the link that we have within this current budget.
But other routes do come close enough that they can stop.
Pick that up. Yeah.
Looking at the capital improvement program for parking, we kind of have the funding for the periodic facility conditions, repairs, and maintenance that we need to have, as well as we had the on-street parking technology investment that we had through the 26 amended. And then we'll have the access and revenue system at 1200 Mulberry anticipated as well. But we break this out between the costs of the parking facility and the park and ride separate, given the fact that there is that federal tie that we have on that park and ride facility. As regard to park DSM, the on-street parkers have a couple of different ways to pay. You can pay by credit card or coinage at the kiosk, or through the mobile app, you can pay by credit card. So for calendar year 25, we had almost 2 million transactions, 72 of which was through the mobile app. And then the kiosk accounted for 28, and 7% were coin and 21 were credit cards. So you kind of see that as a breakout between the three different fiscal years there. You can kind of see that it's similar over the course of those 3 years. Parking questions? Comments?
Oh, I wanted to go back, the estimated replacement years.
Sure.
Since we are, at least on 4th and Grand and 5th and Keogh, getting close to those estimated replacement, do we think, because if 2030 was actually the estimated replacement year, that would be, at this point, reflected in our CIP, which it is not.
Correct. Currently, that's not in the plan, but it is one where we have to figure out if what we would be doing over the next year or two to determine what is the best approach for 4th and Grand.
Right. So I guess my question is, do these facilities have longer useful life? Which, I mean, I don't, I mean, 4th and Grand seems like it is in.
We did, we keep it well maintained.
Right.
From that perspective.
Certainly compared to the brown garage across the street that is being torn down, 4th and Grand is in significantly better shape, and the brown garage was utilized until a couple months ago.
So with that, yes, we constantly evaluate that if that's right. And as we're coming down, you can kind of see the newest one that we have is 5th and Walnut. And so we do have a 50-year estimated time on that. So that's usually our rule of thumb. But I know that we've done a really good job on the CIP side on the repairs and maintenance aspect on our garages. But it is going to be, that's really where you start triggering your thought process of what do you do? Do you continue to maintain it, knowing that there's going to be probably some more higher cost to maintain for repairs, or do you take it down, replace it, not replace it? But that's one where we kind of have a rule of thumb of about 50 years of useful life. But we've done a lot of improvements to all of the facilities, I think, that would keep them going longer than that.
I think it's worth, Councilman, if you would agree, I'll talk with engineering and see what the end game really does look like. Is it something that we can get comfortable with another 10 years or not? And what would it take? And then, frankly, with both 4th and Grand and 5th and Keogh would fall in that same category, especially since 5th and Keogh has the on top.
The tower.
Yeah.
Would we lose that housing with 5th and Keogh?
So I think both need to be looked at from a 10, 15-year horizon to understand what is the end game for those, because there may be economic development opportunities as well. So it'd be good to know what our options are.
I would think you would keep the one with housing if you're that close. But maybe not.
Everything has its age.
Right,
we
true.
need to know what is it even cost.
Yeah, what is, yeah.
Keep it going.
And what's the stability of the item?
A couple quick questions.
Yes.
At first glance, it seems like we have significantly more parking than we need downtown. Going back to FY19 on your chart, 64% of the total parking was utilized. Was that do you know off the top of your head, or John, do you know if that was a high water mark? Was that typical at that point in time?
I don't know, John, do you? I started in 27. I can't recall what those percentages were, but I think we can pull that information to kind of give you better ideas of whether that was the high water mark or not.
It doesn't seem like with workforce patterns that it's reasonable to assume that we're going to get back to those percentages anytime in the near future. And so then it just leads me to the next question of like, what's the for Nick or for Scott, like what are the calculations you put into play with taking a garage offline in terms of the impacts of revenue, asset, economic development? Like how do you think through those things?
Someone nailed it. Thank you. All those categories are incredibly important. Looking at who do we have utilizing them today, because there's oftentimes multi-year contracts, and what future economic development is expected in the area. Those are some of the biggest elements. We have both economic development and engineering in those conversations. We've been fortunate that a couple of our garages we've had companies come forward and ask if they could buy them. And so we've recently looked at those numbers for like 9th and Locust. So we could mirror some of those conversations and bring those forward to, again, I do believe for those two in particular, 4th and Grand and 5th and Keogh, we do need to decide fairly soon what the end game is going to be, because there's large investments every year on both of those.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions on parking? Okay. I'll move directly into housing services. So with housing services, there's two major components there. You've got Section 8 voucher program as well as our public housing program. So the housing voucher program is the rental assistance in the form of housing assistance payments, or HAP. There's almost 3,000 individuals or families per month receiving assistance, and the average of those receiving assistance is about $600 a month in those payments. From a public housing standpoint, those are the owned and managed by the housing services, and those units are available to low and moderate income as well income individuals and families. We have over 400 units, 25 scattered sites, 390 in the manor sites. Now, we do have disposition funds established through HUD to provide for the sale of scattered sites as well. So that disposition fund is kind of made up from those sales of scattered sites that we have done, which can be done, pay for some of the capital expenses in that program. When you look at the 2027 recommended budget, you can see the biggest portion of the cost is those housing assistance payments, those HAP payments. those are those rental assistant payments that you're seeing, but then the actual operations of the Section 8 public housing, and then the central office, which services both the public housing and Section 8 side, is at 5%, and capital funding, capital project funding is 2%. When you look at the two programs specifically, you can see that we have balanced budgets on both the public housing side and the Section 8 side. The revenues that we have coming in kind of pay for the personnel services, contracts, fees, and commodities in those areas. In total, it's about $4 million each from that side. Like I said, the major component that you're not seeing here is the HAP payments are the major driver of the cost in the housing authority. So one thing to consider as we talk about housing and having the source of revenue to be able to cover those costs, there's a terminology known as proration. And proration is of HUD revenue refers to the process of adjusting federal funds, appropriations to be able to cover those costs. To operate those. Instead of providing the full amount, HUD provides a percentage. And so we've been lucky to have about that 96 steady for a couple of years now on the public housing side and 90% on the Section 8 side. I think if you go back a handful of years, I think they were down in the 60 percentages. So, I mean, it's that's one where we kind of have to, keep an eye on depending on kind of what goes on with federal funding and different things like that, which kind of alludes to our challenges and opportunities that we have. The future of federal funding is unknown with that proration, as well as kind of the approach that we have currently with the disposition and Section 32 programs of scattered sites, as well as the mainstream and emergency housing voucher programs that we have. So those are kind of some of the challenges that we have and opportunities that we have in front of us from a housing services standpoint. I know that was quick, but any questions on housing services?
Yep, over here again. On the disposition of housing, Chris and I, you told me about this in my introductory meeting with your team, and I know I think we had one on an agenda a couple of meetings back, but we have 25, I believe, 20 or 25 homes around the metro. Are any of our current housing partners like Habitat or Home Inc. or is there any potential partnerships with them to transition these into private ownership?
Mayor, members of council, Chris Johansson, Neighborhood Service Director. Very, very good question. So the historically for all these we've always worked very closely with the nonprofits. So there's 13 that we've been working with Habitat for Humanity on. The remainder are in a affordable homeownership program where we do work with Home Inc. on some of the homeownership counseling. But that is where we sell directly to the resident, the tenant that's living there. There's a discount that goes with the sales price to give it affordability. There are 7 still remaining that we are still working with on how we're gonna sell, but we anticipate going through a similar process like that to keep them affordable long term.
So how long for the 13 that you're working on with Habitat? Like what's the timeline that is realistic for those to pass through and
to be sold?
Yeah.
There's 9 that have already been sold. So there's only 4 remaining. The 3, they've wanted to kind of only do about 3 or 4 a year. So that's kind of what's been taking a little bit longer with it. It's more their capacity to rehab. So I do anticipate starting the sales process probably in the next month or so for the remaining 3. The one that is remaining, there still is a public housing resident in it that has a very large family. We get relocation assistance. We give them Section 8. but we're not going to have anyone lose their housing going through this process. So we've been working with her for probably 2 years, trying to find other housing, and we're just going to keep waiting until something comes up. But this could be one we do have for quite some time still.
And then there's the larger public housing units, which comprise most of that 400.
Yeah.
And that's no need to go deeply into that, but that's a much more involved process, I would imagine.
Yeah, the one thing I will mention on that, we do have 4 of our elderly buildings. I know Councilmember Westergaard's very, very involved with those. I think 3 of them are in her ward. The one thing I will mention there, one thing we are looking at is we're always going to end up owning those at the end of the day, but there's a different way that we could be funded for it. If we convert them to a project-based rental assistance instead of having them in the public housing program, it might be more cost-effective for us to do it that way. And then even in the long run, it's more beneficial for our capital funds if we do it that way as well. So that's really the only thing we're going to be looking at with regards to those 4 remaining properties.
And then one final question on this is one of the identified uses for the soon-to-be decommissioned fire station number 4 is maintaining some of the equipment or the supplies to maintain our housing stock. Where are we keeping that right now?
So just met on that yesterday. It's currently at Royal View Manor, and I know we've always been considering what to do. We're going to need some space at some point, but just in our meeting yesterday, and this is very recent, I don't even know if the city manager knows yet, but we've discussed just not being involved in that property and have us find another property down the road. I still feel we're another year or 2 out from anything that we're going to be doing with Royal View Manor. That's where the equipment currently is housed. So we're going to step aside, let that RFP process go with the whole entire property, just not have the housing agency be a part of it.
You're talking about the fire station?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, appreciate
Chris, so when an individual or a family gets an emergency housing voucher, is it for a short time, or how does that work when they get?
Very good question. So the 2 programs that are listed on here, just to clarify, they're both set aside specifically for homeless individuals. So the mainstream program was 78 vouchers. That's where primary health care takes people directly off the centralized intake waiting list and puts them directly into housing. The emergency housing voucher program was set aside directly for those experiencing homelessness, living on the streets. So it was a similar type program. That program, through a change in the federal administration, has been phasing out. So we had 120 vouchers originally, and they're converting them just to regular housing assistance vouchers that we have. So that program is going away. I did want to mention it just because we did get to retain all the vouchers, but the way they were used in the past has gone away just due to the change in the administration.
So I know I was out at a mostly a senior facility in Ward 2 with Linda, and there were some young people that had emergency housing vouchers, and they were in a senior building, and it wasn't exactly a good mix. And I just, you just place them wherever there's an opening. Is that how that works?
We don't place them, just to be clear.
Okay.
So when you
someone places them, yeah.
When you issue the voucher, it's up to them to find a place to live. We can't steer people, is what it's called. It's a fair housing violation, but. The individual chooses at the end of the day where they live. For this program specifically, they did work with probably primary health care, and primary health care kind of works with landlords. that will work with that population, especially if there's any screening criteria that could be an obstacle as well.
With Anawim.
Did they?
Yeah,
Okay.
Because it was the Anawim housing.
One quick note, just since we're on the topic of vouchers, I just want to mention it because it just came up this week. Throughout the city, there's a lot of project-based vouchers, Lagudi Tower, LC Mason. You might hear of those. Those aren't always associated with the housing agency. That's where the property owner has a direct contract with HUD to operate. Wakanda Manor, just on Watrous, just south of the country club. Everyone can kind of visualize that one, kind of that brick. They had 110 project-based vouchers over there that they are not renewing their contract. So one thing that always happens to those is those vouchers then come to the housing agency, and then we begin administering those. And then if the individuals end up leaving that property, the vouchers then can go anywhere else in Polk County. So it's not a loss of housing that comes with it, but it is the one way that we do increase our vouchers and the supply of affordable housing. So,
Chris, does that thinking work with like Logan?
yes. So that's one where technically the housing agency doesn't have the contract with, but if they would ever not want to renew their contract with HUD, then those vouchers would end up going to us, the housing agency at the end of the day. Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Thanks.
Any other questions? All right, we'll go on to the next topic is the SMID. Last topic. I think we're good.
The Schmidt, a self-supported municipal improvement district. Am I on? Can you hear me? Yeah? No? Is that better? Let's hold it up to my mouth. There we go. Is that better? A self-supported municipal improvement district is an area that is subject to an additional tax, which is initiated by the property owners to fund improvements or to provide additional services and maintenance for the area. The Schmids must be comprised only of properties that are zoned for commercial or industrial uses, or properties within a designated historic district, and the properties must be contiguous. The residential properties, again, they're not subject to the Schmid levy unless they are part of that historic district. The Schmids are fall under Chapter 386.3 of the Code of Iowa for the governing of those.
I have a quick question on that last slide.
Yes.
There's an interesting term, zoned. The SMID is comprised only of properties that are zoned for commercial or industrial uses. So if you have a residential building in a commercial zone, is it still part of a SMID? Could be?
No, not unless.
How about if you had a mixed-use building with retail on the first floor and housing units up above?
I'm not sure about that one. We could do a little research and.
I think we should, because we're going to be seeing a lot more mixed-use projects. Zone may not be the right term.
I believe it's based off the parcel on that payment piece. So yeah, we'll confirm that, the language there.
So in this table, you'll see all the Schmids that are within the city of Des Moines boundaries, the year they were established, and also the end of the levy authorization. We have 3 of them: Roosevelt Cultural District, Sherman Hill, and Southwest 9th Corridor, that are all expiring at the end of the fiscal 2027. So Development Services will be leading the effort to go through the renewal process of those districts. On the Schmid levy rates, in the orange, the dots, and you'll see the maximum allowable rate per the operating agreements or the petition for each of the districts. And then the blue bar represents the current rate at which they are operating at. So Beaverdale, Highland Park, Ingersoll Grand, and Southwest 9th are all operating at the maximum allowed levy rate. Downtown raised their maximum levy rate recently in fiscal year 2025, but they are not planning to raise the actual levy rate that they are collecting on. And Roosevelt also does not have immediate plans to raise their rate. The process for each of the SMIDs varies a little differently depending on how they are operated. Beaverdale, Highland Park, Roosevelt, and Sherman Hill all work closely with the city on developing their operating budgets. The city pays for and processes the invoices on their behalf. We collect those tax revenues and that stays on the city books. So there is no specific audit requirement for those SMIDs because they are included in the annual city audit. Downtown, Ingersoll Grand, and Southwest 9th all operate kind of as a pass-through. So the city collects those SMID revenue dollars from property taxes, and we then pay those directly to the operators of those SMIDs. Because of that, because we are essentially handing those tax dollars over to them to manage, we do require that each of them perform an annual audit. Downtown and Ingersoll have met that audit requirement, and Southwest 9th is in progress. They just had a timing issue with their auditors, so that will be completed very soon. And historically, all three of those entities have met their audit requirement. First slide of financial data here are for the four SMIDs that the city serves as the operator on those. The various types of expenses that we are processing for each of the SMIDs really depends on what their intended purpose was. Plans for balances, the city does keep those fund balances until we have a designated use for them. Beaverdale, future plans plan to maintain holiday lighting, planters and street furniture. It's kind of status quo, so there's no additional use of the balance at this time. Highland Park also has no identified future need for balances. And sometimes these districts, depending on the type of projects they want to do, they'll save those funds because it might take a few or more years to save up enough to pay for the identified projects. Roosevelt, the receipts cover maintenance expenses, trash removal, landscape maintenance, and insurance, and there's also no plans for other future enhancements or improvements. Sherman Hill, I believe they are building their balance back up to do more lighting projects. They recently, in the last several fiscal years, completed some pretty major lighting projects on High Street.
I have a question.
Questions? Yeah.
If Sherman Hill had an interest in, for example, crosswalks, would that be an eligible expense for the SMID if they wanted to?
We'd have to go back to the petition probably to reference that, but we can check on that.
My guess is it was not included in the original petition, but
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm
It
not
could
sure.
have been because
It
it
could
is
have-
a legal opportunity. They can do it.
Okay.
But if they didn't include it in the petition, they'd have to amend that.
But if that, because they're up for renewal in 27, and if that is something that they wanted the flexibility,
I believe so.
we should talk with them because that is one of the areas where were a number of requested crosswalks and bump outs as well, because they have some really wide residential streets. So if that was an area, that would be something to address during the renewal period. Okay, thank you.
The next slide here is a summary of the financial data for downtown Ingersoll Grand and Southwest 9th. And again, those are operating as pass-throughs. We budget the tax revenues, and everything we're collecting goes out the door to them. The exception is Ingersoll Grand. We do maintain 1/2 of a year's worth of plant maintenance and other maintenance costs. I think in conversations with them, that might be a discussion topic as that area expands. That balance is going to increase by requirement, and they have a lot of needs there, just as everybody else. So that might be a future topic of conversation that'll come up. Diving into the downtown Schmid budget, this is provided to us by Operation Downtown. The Schmid revenues the Schmid tax revenues, you can see from 26 adopted to 27 recommended, did decrease due to valuation decreases in the area. Contributions line, those are organizations that aren't necessarily legally required to provide money to the Schmid, but do so voluntarily. The downtown or the DTM revenues that you see on the slide, that is the city contribution in the form of in-kind and cash. We recently just renewed the downtown maintenance agreement, so that would be that line. And then you have other support, beautification, clean and safe. Court Avenue is for security, and they are earning some interest income on their fund balance. The expenses, the management fees are to operate just for the operations of the Schmid itself, includes staff time. Some of the other major ones, facilities expenses, that's office space, office and garage space for the various operations, whether administration or the ambassadors that you see out and about. Again, the downtown maintenance expenses, that is the annual expense to maintain the public park spaces within the downtown Schmid, Principal Riverwalk, ML King, East West, East Locust, and Western Gateway Park. Clean and safe expenses that provides for the ambassadors that are providing cleanup on the streets and in those public spaces, and then off-duty officers outside of the court district avenue or Court Avenue district program. Then this also includes some expenses at Cowles Commons. Project expenses, those include some other board-approved projects. Prior examples of those have included placemaking projects like teeter-totters or noise installation across from the old City Hall building. So you will see that their estimating cash balance is decreasing, so they are using some of that fund balance for operations. Similar to us, they do have a fund balance policy of maintaining 6 to 9 months worth of expenses. This is still quite a bit higher than that, what that number would be, but they are spending that down. Any questions on that slide?
Anyone have any questions?
Ingersoll Grand. So we have the annual tax revenue that has gone up with the expansion of the improvements in that area. There are sponsorships, revenues to help offset some of their operations expenses. They do have one full-time staff member that cost is included in the total administration line. And they have other line items for various marketing, promotions, events, and things that they do throughout the Schmid to help support the improvements. There's primarily being plant maintenance, but they also do trash collection, repair planter railings, and all of the plant beds. And Southwest 9th, similar to the other two that we just discussed, they do have administrative and program support, an annual budget of $40,000, and also some marketing and events expenses. The largest expense would be for the maintenance, the special projects and node improvements, and then they do have some minor maintenance on Bell Plaza.
What was does it say what the node improvement was that they completed?
Two biggest projects to date include several node development improvement programs and a facade improvement grant program.
Yeah, I understand the facade. So it mostly goes to the facade improvement.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I don't think they did any node other than the Bell Avenue, but it's the facade grant.
Making up most of that, yeah.
Okay.
That's how they categorize their line
This would be
items,
how
so.
they present it to us. So, okay. That was all we had. So is there any questions on Schmid's?
One thing that I will add, Councilman Mandelbaum, you had asked about the pedestrian crossing or pedestrian crosswalks in Sherman Hill. It is actually as one of those available expenses currently.
One question. So the four Schmids that do not serve as pass-throughs, does the city? Okay, so the question that I got very early on in my tenure at the Beaverdale Schmid was the contract for the taking care of plants and all that.
Yep.
Yeah, and it sounded like they don't control that contract. That the city managed that or execute that contract.
Yeah, they had asked us to manage that approach for them on getting that. The bids for that. We do that for a couple of those in those four ranges. I can't remember. I know I think it's Beaverdale, Highland Park, and Roosevelt. All three of those areas we bid that in one bid.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Nick and Jessica, thank you. Sure appreciate it.
Thank you.
And the rest of your staff. Scott, thanks. You want to close it out?
Yeah, if you don't mind, and I got a question from Linda I think it's worth clarifying about the franchise fee. As Nick alluded to earlier, the 5% that we've had for some amount of years is simply a general fund contribution. But the extra 2.5% more recently voted on, the discussion we've had with DART as well, is that we are making the contribution in 27 that will be about $2.9 million roughly of the franchise fee that we just started collecting. Did we get any revenue in December or is it January?
I think it's January is the start.
So we've had only a couple months that we've started that. So we need to pay $2 million yet in the current year, and the fiscal year we're planning for another 2.9. There should be more than that available, so we should be able to bank a little bit that can be part of our discussion this summer as well as to what to do with.
It has to be used for
Transit only. Yep.
Right.
Transit only. Yep.
Right.
And so I think the intention, just transit related items.
which includes the opportunity to lower DART's tax rate to Des Moines, right? Which is part of the plan in the future. But I'm glad you brought this up because that is not part of the 27 budget for DART either.
Yeah.
So what you're going to hear from DART is that they will leave their tax rate for 27 at the same 95 cents, collect about 2.9 million from us from that additional franchise fee. And as the council directed me, legal's helping me through an agreement with them that spells out what could happen then after 27, which would be the 70%, 30% split has been in discussion.
And one thing
For
to point out-
28, fiscal year 28 and beyond.
And our finance's intention is in the operational side, we'll tack that in just like we do with our road use tax information. We'll tack in that additional transit franchise fee
As a special
as
revenue.
a special revenue.
Yep.
So as a part of the operational tabs in next year's. We just didn't have really any information on it, but thanks for bringing that up. That is actually a part of the 27 budget, but it is one where it was not, we don't quite have exactly when it was going to start. And so we only kind of threw in estimates as of today. So
to be clear, we are still fully going to fund our commitment to DART with the franchise fee. We're just not going to
In fiscal year 27.
for 27.
correct. And I think that's about 2.9 and 2 million
change.
is we committed for this fiscal year as well.
Do we know approximately what would be left over?
Not quite, because we weren't entirely sure when it was going to start being collected. And again, it's subject to weather. So we've got a pretty mild winter so far. So it's tough to say what we'll actually see in this time frame.
Sure.
But
Scott, anything else?
No, just, again, I appreciate the council taking the time. Hopefully, ask the question now. In years past, we'd split it up over multiple workshops. I'm assuming that this is still the right format in the future to spend a full day on it. Something you can think about, but we've done this now, I think 3 times. And
I think it's
seems to be
I think it's gone well every year but one.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Where
understandable.
we had to do a half a day.
All but the last topic.
You're right.
Yep. So thank you.
because I know it takes a lot to deal with us speaking for a full day. So
Good work. Thank you.
All right.
my staff is great.
Thanks, Jessica. Thanks, Nick.